Chapter 343. His casual words instantly froze the already tense atmosphere. The gazes of the surrounding peak heaven prides involuntarily swept over and landed on Yan Chutian. They could tell that Injio had appeared because of Zhou Ling, but they didn't expect Yan Chutian to be so arrogant. Injio was the top disciple of Sky Corp's sect. He was powerful and had shocking means. That was why they were surprised that Yan Chutian dared to be so arrogant in front of Injio. At the same time, Yan Chutian's reaction had caused an uproar among the supreme talents outside the stone platform. They were talking about it incessantly. Who is this guy? He is so arrogant that he dares to say such words to the top supreme talent of Sky Corp's sect. He is the disciple of the rumored second-rate force in Central Plain City. He is so arrogant that he doesn't know how to restrain himself in the antiquity relic. Humph. This is the antiquity relic, not Central Plain City. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Zhou Ling back then. There will be a good show. Injio is ruthless. This disciple of the second-rate force is so arrogant. He will beg for death later. Injio, who was as pale as a corpse, stared at the figure in front of him with cold eyes. He didn't expect the disciple of the second-rate force to say such insulting words to him instead of running away. But as he thought about it, Injio suddenly sneered. In his opinion, the disciple of the second-rate force had a spiritual talisman, and the spiritual talisman could be used here. He was sure that he couldn't hurt him, so he dared to be so arrogant. Otherwise, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy. But didn't he know that if he crushed the spiritual talisman and left, he would be disgraced? Oh right. The disciple of the second-rate force didn't have any dignity. The disdainful smile on Injio's face became wider. At the same time, he didn't hesitate. When the other party crushed the spiritual talisman and left, he would naturally become a laughingstock. When Injio thought of this, many supreme talents on the stone platform also thought of this possibility. This also caused disdain to appear on their faces. If the result was as they thought, then this disciple of a second-rate force was a complete joke from the beginning to the end. Zhou Ling looked over with a cold smile. Whether it was as he thought or not, the result would not change. There was no need for him to personally deal with an ant. If others could think of this, so could Yan Chutian himself. But he didn't want to and didn't need to explain, because everything would be proven by what was about to happen. Injio raised his hand, and as the gloomy spiritual power surged, the giant handprint had already grabbed toward Yan Chutian. Of course, in his opinion, even if Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu were to resist this Mahamudra at the same time, they would definitely be battered and exhausted, perhaps even unable to resist it. This was because he was full of confidence in himself. He was at the 8th level of elixir and was close to the peak. In his eyes, his opponents were the disciples of the 5 major regions and the young masters. One was at the 5th level of elixir, while the other had just reached the 7th level of elixir. He would never take them seriously. But of course, if he knew that a mere 5th-level elixir in his eyes had forced a disciple of the Sacred Heart region to crush the spiritual talisman, and that the young master of the Nether Ice region, O Xian, was no match for the young master of the Nether Ice region who had just reached the 7th level of elixir, then he definitely wouldn't dare to be so contemptuous. He even found it difficult to muster up the courage to fight against the latter. Unfortunately, he didn't know that, and even those who knew the situation were not present. When the Mahamudra attacked, not to mention Injio himself, even the supreme talents on the stone platform and the surrounding talents outside the stone platform had expected this result. Of course, they didn't have any sympathy for this. Instead, they had a mocking smile on their faces. A disciple of a second-rate force dared to stay on the stone platform where the supreme talents of the Central Plains gathered. He didn't even know how to spell the word, death. Finally, the Mahamudra pressed down. Seeing this, Qiu Yu didn't do anything, but Yan Chutian slowly raised his arm, and a huge amount of spiritual energy slowly surged up. When he also pressed out his palm, those who looked at him with sarcasm could no longer remain calm. This was because they were shocked to find that after the second-rate force's Mahamudra attacked, Ingyo's Mahamudra couldn't press down any further. The supreme talents on the stone platform didn't change their expressions drastically, but the expressions of those outside the stone platform changed greatly. After all, among many of them, Ingyo was one of the most powerful and unrivaled figures. Even they couldn't resist his attack. But now, a disciple of a second-rate force could block it? Not to mention the others, even Ingyo, the top disciple of the Sky Corps sect, had a slight change in his expression. However, as his eyes flashed, he seemed to understand very quickly. No wonder this disciple of a second-rate force had such guts. He wasn't a paper tiger that would be easily defeated. However, no matter what, he would only suffer a crushing defeat if he encountered him. Black Corpse Demonic Seal. With a soft shout, Ingyo's pale palm continued to form seals. However, a ball of black light seal quickly condensed in his pale palm. Mysterious worm-like patterns slowly wriggled on the jet-black glowing seal. A strange yet powerful aura spread out. Even without coming into contact with it, many of the geniuses outside the stone platform felt a considerable amount of pressure. This is the Black Corpse Demonic Seal? The supreme talent of the Sky Corps sect even used the Black Corpse Demonic Seal on the spot. The disciple of the second-rate force will have a miserable ending. This Black Corpse Demonic Seal is not only powerful, but also extremely vicious. If you are hit by it, you will be corroded by the demonic corpse chi and even become a corpse puppet of the caster. However, with Ingyo's vision, even if a 5th-level elixir cultivator was given to him for free, he wouldn't take a liking to it. The black demonic seal didn't stop at all. It followed closely behind the giant handprint that had yet to dissipate and pressed down on Yen Chutian. Yen Chutian could feel that the demonic seal contained a filthy aura. He guessed that it was the so-called demonic corpse chi. However, this filthy aura could be resisted by his third-grade mysterious yang body, so he didn't have to worry about it being corroded. Moreover, this so-called Black Corpse Demonic Seal had to ask for his permission if it wanted to get close to him. Bang! Under the gaze of many people, when Yen Chutian stomped on the ground, a layer of light screen quickly condensed and emerged. In just a few seconds, it protected him and Xiaoyu. In such a situation, he wanted to rely on this spiritual light screen to resist Ingyo's attack? Humph! He really doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to resist the Black Corpse Demonic Seal with just an ordinary spiritual light screen? This spiritual light screen, I'm afraid that even the demonic corpse chi can't resist this. This disciple of a second-rate force is really courting death. It's a pity that the woman beside him is so beautiful. I'm afraid that even the prides of the 100-Flower Palace can be compared to her. Bang! Finally, under the gaze of many people who were still ridiculing them, the Black Corpse Demonic Seal descended on the spiritual light screen around Yen Chutian and Xiaoyu. A dull and roaring sound resounded, and the result was undoubtedly beyond the expectations of too many people. Those who were ridiculing them stopped abruptly. Their eyes widened, as if they had seen an extremely unbelievable scene. They focused their gazes and saw that under the black demonic seal, the spiritual light screen was formed naturally. No matter how the demonic seal's power was released, it couldn't damage the light screen at all. In the next moment, exclamations finally resounded in all directions. Is it possible to block the Black Corpse Demonic Seal with just an ordinary spiritual energy light screen? How is this possible? I once fought with a disciple of the Sky Corps sect. How can the Black Corpse Demonic Seal be blocked by a spiritual light screen? What's going on? How can this be? Not to mention those outside the stone platform, even the top supreme talents on the stone platform were slightly shocked. Although they all had ways to deal with Ingyo's Black Corpse Demon Seal, How could they not be surprised when they were able to block it with the spiritual energy light screen? Zhou Ling's face was slightly pale. He had sent Yin Jiu to defeat Yan Chutian, but the current situation was completely opposite to what he wanted. Yin Jiu's face was also pale. Just a moment ago, he thought that the outcome was already decided, but in the blink of an eye, it was broken. How could he be happy? However, when he fought with Yan Chutian, he could see that the spiritual light screen was able to block his black corpse demonic seal, not because the light screen was strong, but because there was an inexplicable power in the spiritual power. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 344. After understanding this point, Yin Jiu's expression recovered slightly. Because of that inexplicable force, his black corpse demonic seal was blocked. Otherwise, if an ordinary spiritual power light curtain could block it, he would have doubted the power of his spiritual art. Even so, Yin Jiu was annoyed. No matter what, he could not accept that a disciple from a second-rate force could block his attack so easily. The inexplicable force contained in Yan Chutian's spiritual power was naturally the Xianyang Qi. The result was not out of his expectations. Even if the so-called Black Corpse demonic seal was extremely strong and contained overbearing demonic corpse Qi, it could not gain any advantage in front of his spiritual power that was infused with Xianyang Qi. Under the continuous suppression of the Black Corpse demonic seal, the spiritual power contained in it was completely exhausted in front of the spiritual power light curtain. Although it was impossible not to cause damage to the spiritual power light curtain, with Yan Chutian's spiritual power continuously replenishing it, it was extremely difficult for outsiders to notice anything unusual. However, this was only for the prides on the stone platform. Those on the stone platform were the top supreme prides of the entire Central Plains. With their vision, even if they were blinded for a moment, they quickly reacted. The spiritual power light curtain should contain an inexplicable force that could block Yin Jiu's Black Corpse demonic seal. However, even if this trick could succeed once, there would not be such a chance a second time. This is a crooked trick. Let's see how you can block my demonic corpse tattoo with this trick. The stalemate did not last long, and in the next moment, Yin Jiu's voice was heard. As he spoke, dark runes quickly gathered in his pupils. At the same time, a human-shaped demonic tattoo slowly appeared in the sky. Seeing this, the top supreme prides shook their heads secretly. In their opinion, Yin Jiu obviously understood Yan Chutian's trick, so he directly used the spiritual tattoo at this time. Once the spiritual tattoo was used, the trick just now was completely useless. How could Yin Jiu block it? Looking at this scene, Zhou Ling's face regained its calmness. Then, he looked at the ant-like figure in Yin Jiu's eyes, and the cruel smile at the corner of his mouth became more intense. In fact, in his opinion, Yin Jiu should have performed the spirit inscriptions long ago and immediately defeated the ant. Otherwise, why would such a thing happen? Following the display of the Yin 9 demon corpse tattoo, cries of surprise rang out from the prided geniuses outside the stone platform. Demonic corpse tattoo. Isn't this the fourth spiritual tattoo that senior brother Yin Jiu condensed? It seems that this second-rate force's disciple has really angered Yin Jiu. He actually made him directly use the fourth spiritual inscription. Looking at the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo above his head, Yan Chutian looked calm and unperturbed. Only when the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo really came down, his calm eyes finally focused. In the depths of his pupils, strands of mysterious inscriptions quickly gathered. Pretending to be mysterious. In the eyes of Yin Jiu, Yan Chutian's reaction only made him snort disdainfully. In his eyes, no matter what his opponent did, he was just putting up a desperate struggle. How could that weak power be compared with his fourth spiritual inscription? Therefore, he even accelerated the speed of the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo. He could not wait to sweep away the disciple of the second-rate force and severely injure him. Boom! Boom! However, suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the originally calm sky. The sound of thunder appeared abruptly. Moreover, it was before and after the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo, so not many people paid attention to it. However, in the next moment, a dazzling lightning suddenly fell from the sky and hit the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo hard, which finally attracted everyone's attention. What is that? Why is there lightning suddenly? What happened? Many pairs of eyes were filled with doubt as they lifted their heads to look over. After many pairs of eyes were lifted, it was possible to see an enormous lightning symbol faintly discernible even higher up in the sky. In an instant, everyone suddenly realized something. Could it be that this was the counterattack of the disciple of the second-rate force? Boom! Boom! Just as everyone realized the reason, dazzling lightning snake-like thunderbolts continuously descended from the surroundings of the lightning symbol, ruthlessly striking the enormous demonic symbol hand that was overflowing with black chi. Is this also a spiritual inscription? So what if it is a spiritual inscription? Under Ingio's demonic corpse tattoo, how can it be flipped over? How is it possible? Some of the prides from the heavenly sect said with certainty, but in the next moment, his words changed abruptly. This was because he was shocked to find that the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo that was constantly being struck by lightning was actually trembling. If he looked at Ingio again, he would find that the prides of the heavenly corpse sect had a look of disbelief on his originally arrogant and cruel face. It was no wonder that Ingio was in disbelief, because he could feel that the descending spiritual tattoo heavenly thunder contained enormous power. This kind of power had completely reached the level that could threaten his demonic corpse tattoo. But how could this be? Even if the thunder spiritual tattoo could restrain his demonic corpse tattoo. But even so, it was absolutely impossible for the third spiritual tattoo to affect his fourth spiritual tattoo. What was going on? Emotions could not describe his thoughts. The giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo was trembling under the bombardment of the spiritual tattoo heavenly thunder. Even his entire demonic corpse tattoo was trembling. Demonic corpse tattoo, suppress it for me. Ingio gritted his teeth and shouted. He activated the spiritual tattoo with all his strength, causing the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo to rise violently and wipe out the thunder tattoo that was higher up in the sky. However, when the other giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo was wiped out, more lightning rapidly gathered on the thunder tattoo and poured out in the next moment. Boom, boom, boom! The shocking power of thunder kept exploding. In an instant, the sky had become a sea of heavenly thunder, constantly bombarding the demonic corpse tattoo. Looking at this scene, not only were the prides outside the stone platform dumbfounded, but even the top supreme prides on the stone platform were also stunned at this moment. Even they had never thought that the power of the spiritual tattoo of a disciple from a second-rate force could erupt to such a powerful extent. How could this be? Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 345. Dazzling heavenly lightning surged down again and again, bombarding the dark demonic runes. Every time the heavenly lightning struck, the demonic tattoo would tremble violently. At one point, the lightning even penetrated the demonic tattoo. Puff! The heavenly lightning struck continuously. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it only took a moment. When the lightning penetrated the demonic tattoo, the owner of the demonic tattoo, Ingio, spat out a mouthful of thick blood mist. As the blood mist spurted out, he staggered back a few steps. Not only was his face full of shock, but there was also a look of horror. He stared intently at Yen Chutian. At this moment, he seemed to have finally realized something as he continuously shouted, This is definitely not the third spirit rune. You have actually condensed the fourth spirit rune. Before Ingio's voice died away, the geniuses on the stone platform, who were also in disbelief, suddenly came to their senses. Yes, it was definitely not the third spiritual tattoo to be able to unleash such a powerful spiritual tattoo. However, just as they realized this, the geniuses, who had always been calm and steady, were shocked again in the next moment. If he could condense the fourth spiritual tattoo when he was at level 5 elixir, wouldn't he have to condense the fifth or even the sixth spiritual tattoo when he reached their level? Zhou Ling stared at Yan Chutian, his face extremely ugly and gloomy. At this point, how could he not see that Yinjiu could not deal with Yan Chutian at all? The ant in his eyes had unknowingly grown to a level that even he could not believe. At this moment, even though Zhou Ling was still very confident in himself, he had to admit that there was a trace of regret in his heart. He dared to conclude that when they were in Central Plains City, his opponent had not grown to such a level. Even after the Mystic Flame Holy Palace, if he had already made a move, his opponent would not have reached such a level. Outside the stone platform, looking at Yan Chutian in the limelight, Zhou Yao and Yan Ningzhu were pleasantly surprised. It was as if they were the ones in the limelight. At the same time, many geniuses outside the stone platform gradually came to their senses. They did not know the details, but it did not prevent them from seeing that the lightning had penetrated the demonic corpse tattoo. In other words, the fourth spiritual tattoo of Yinjiu, the top disciple of the Sky Corpse sect, was actually no match for the counterattack of an ordinary disciple from a second-rate force? No, that must be the power of the spiritual tattoo. To be able to defeat the demonic corpse tattoo with the power of the spiritual tattoo, could it be the fourth spiritual tattoo? To be able to condense 4 spiritual marks at primal core level 5, this, although they were all geniuses from the Central Plains City, they had their own judgment of the Central Plains City. Even if it was a little slower, they could still vaguely understand the true reason behind this. Yan Chutian didn't care about the huge commotion he had caused. He only coldly stared at Yinjiu. Liu he lose. Thinking till here, Yan Chutian had already taken a step forward, but with this step, he had already appeared less than 10 feet in front of Yinjiu. As he raised his hand, the mysterious Yang Qi madly condensed, and then he pointed out. Mysterious Yang finger. It was an ordinary finger. However, no matter how hard Yinjiu tried to defend himself, the finger tore his defense apart. Even the body protection spiritual power could not stop it. It left a bloody hole in his body. After the attack, Yinjiu kept retreating. At the same time, he hurriedly screamed in a certain direction for help. Senior brother Zhou Ling, save me! The surrounding geniuses were not surprised by Yinjiu's cry for help. Even though they did not have any contact before, they had already sensed that Yinjiu was under Zhou Ling's orders. They were not surprised that Yinjiu was calling for help. However, they were still shocked by his cry for help. They had thought that it would be easy for Yinjiu to deal with the disciple from the second-rate force. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Useless. Zhou Ling shouted angrily when he saw Yinjiu calling for help. However, everyone knew that Yinjiu was under his orders. Zhou Ling could not turn a blind eye to it. But he never would have thought that after he made such a clear statement, Yan Chutian did not pay attention to him at all. With a raise of her hand, a powerful force surged forth and converged, as a palm struck towards Yinjiu's heart. You're courting death. Seeing this, Yinjiu's expression was unprecedentedly furious. He did not care about the cause and effect. After he made his stand, Yan Chutian still dared to attack him. That meant that he did not take him seriously. Zhou Ling took a step forward. The surrounding spiritual power surged out like a whirlwind. Under such pressure, even a level 8 elixir cultivator could not take it lightly. He had to admit that even though Yinjiu's level 8 elixir cultivation was only 1 level lower than Zhou Ling, there was still a huge gap between them. Sensing Zhou Ling's attack, Yan Chutian glanced at him. However, he did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, he gathered the power of his palm and shot it out. Bang! In the end, although Yan Chutian's palm was blocked by Zhou Ling, there was still a residual force that hit Yin Jiu's back. Yin Jiu immediately fell forward. However, all in all, this attack did not seem to have caused him much harm, which made Zhou Ling's expression look a little better. However, the moment Zhou Ling looked better, Yin Jiu spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, he convulsed and fainted. At the same time, Yan Chutian's scornful laughter was heard. Zhou Ling, if you want to attack, just do it. Why do you have to send this lackey to his death? As Yan Chutian's contemptuous laughter rang out, Zhou Ling's expression turned incomparably gloomy once again. How could he have thought that even if he took action, he wouldn't be able to stop the heavenly fate sex ant against Yin Jiu? Unknowingly, he had allowed Yin Jiu to grow to such an extent. At the same time, the gazes that were looking at Yan Chutian from the outside world were filled with shock and awe. Even if he was from a second-rate force and only had a cultivation of level 5 elixir, they had to admit that Yan Chutian's strength was above theirs. If they continued to deceive themselves and look down on him, then they were the ones who were stupid. Not to mention those outside the stone platforms. Even those on the stone platforms where the top geniuses were gathered had a hint of fear in their eyes. There were many people on the suspended stone platform. Of course, not all of them were the young lords and disciples of the 5 regions. There were also geniuses from the 8 top first-rate forces and ordinary first-rate forces. They did not think that they were stronger than Yin Jiu, who had fainted. Even if they were, their strength was limited. It was hard to say whether they could defeat Yin Jiu. But now Yan Chutian had not only defeated Yin Jiu, but even Zhou Ling, the young lord of the Fire Xian region, could not protect him. How could they not be shocked and fearful? Fang Tian's gaze towards Yan Chutian was also filled with shock and astonishment. Although he still did not think that he needed to be afraid of Yan Chutian, he had to admit that he could not underestimate Yan Chutian now. He did not know if Yan Chutian had such strength before he entered the mystic fire sacred palace. If Yan Chutian had such strength then, it would be ridiculous, because at that time, he had only treated Yan Chutian as something that could disgust Zhou Ling. The scene changed. At this moment, Zhou Ling, who was confronting Yan Chutian, had an unprecedentedly angry and gloomy expression. In the next instant, his cold eyes locked onto Yan Chutian. He admitted that he had neglected to allow this ant to grow. Today, he would cut off this oversight completely. However, just as his eyes locked onto Yan Chutian, the stone wall in the middle of the suspended stone platform, which was filled with flowing lights and treasures, made a strange sound again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the stone wall. Even Yan Chutian and Zhou Ling were no exception, because they were here for the final opportunity. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. Under countless gazes, the ancient stone wall had a cross-shaped crack in the middle and it quickly spread out. When the crack slowly opened, there was a narrow space behind the stone wall. In the middle of the space, there were 6 jade boxes that were wrapped in light and they were floating quietly. At the moment when they saw this scene, there was no need for anyone to remind them. Everyone knew that the 6 jade boxes were the final opportunity. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 346. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The stone wall opened and the jade box appeared. In an instant, the top geniuses who had been watching from the stone platform all transformed into streaks of light that shot into the space within the stone wall. Zhou Ling, who was originally angrily glaring at Yan Chutian, had already given up on him. Instead, he shot towards the space behind the stone wall. However, there were too many top geniuses, and the total number of young masters from the 5 major regions exceeded the number of 6 jade boxes. So, how could there not be a fight after they rushed into the space behind the stone wall? Bang! Just as a large hand was about to grab a certain jade box, another fair hand suddenly appeared and slapped it away in a domineering manner. The owner of the large hand, who had been slapped away, was extremely furious. However, before he could cry out angrily, a mocking and cold voice sounded from the owner of the White Hand. Ning Feng, I, Yin Kongling, want this jade box. Get lost. You're courting death. If Yin Kongling hadn't said that, Ning Feng might have retreated. After all, they were both young masters from the 5 major regions, but he was still extremely afraid of Yin Kongling. However, Yin Kongling had even said the word, get lost. If he retreated, how could he, Ning Feng, still have face? So, in the next moment, a fierce battle broke out between the two of them. Powerful shockwaves spread out, shocking everyone. However, the intense battle between the two of them was not an exception. In another place, the exquisite and delicate young lady of the 5 great regions had also started a battle with a young lord. Senior brother Luo, can't you give this jade box to Shuiwei? During the battle, the delicate girl's pretty face was pleading. Coupled with her seductive and charming face, she could charm many people and make them give up. However, the man who was fighting with her was not an ordinary person. Luo Wuji had a handsome face and a warm smile on his pretty face. He said slowly, Junior sister Shuiwei, if it's something else, it's not a problem. But this jade box, I'm sorry. Yan Chutian's gaze swept across. Every jade box had an intense battle erupting in front of it. Some of them were even battles between the young masters of the 5 major regions. Not to mention the prided geniuses of the peak first-rate forces, even the disciples of the 5 major regions would find it difficult to interfere. However, even if they didn't interfere, it didn't mean that Yan Chutian would do the same. His gaze swept across the area and immediately locked onto the jade box behind the genius who was fighting with Zhou Ling. Then, he brazenly attacked. Sensing that someone was suddenly attacking the jade box, not only Zhou Ling, but also the genius who was fighting with him was extremely angry. Without any explanation, the two of them attacked aggressively, and a majestic force went straight for Yan Chutian. This scene caused the surrounding geniuses who didn't dare to casually interfere to secretly sneer when they saw it. In their view, for Yan Chutian to interfere and seize the jade box at this time was simply courting death. Because even if he could defeat Yinjiu, he was still courting death when facing the combined forces of 2 young masters from the 5 major regions. However, just as they were sneering, they suddenly realized that Yan Chutian didn't seem to care about the 2 powerful attacks behind him at all. He was going straight for the jade box. This made them extremely confused. Could it be that this disciple from a second-rate force was really courting death? However, they quickly understood what was going on. Because suddenly, a delicate figure appeared behind Yan Chutian. And this delicate girl who suddenly appeared was none other than Qiuyu. He wants to use this girl to block the attacks and seize the opportunity to snatch the jade box? Letting his own girl die in exchange for his own opportunity. What a pity for this girl. With such a beautiful face, she actually listened to the words of such a heartless person. The surrounding geniuses shook their heads. In this way, Yan Chutian was very likely to obtain the jade box, but the girl who blocked the attacks for him would definitely die. However, just as they were shaking their heads and sighing or mocking, they were shocked to find that the powerful attacks from Zhou Ling and the other young master from the 5 major regions were about to land. The beautiful girl only lightly slapped her palm, and it directly tore apart their attacks and knocked them back. Perhaps there were too many fierce battles that had broken out here, but such a scene still attracted countless shocked gazes in an instant. They all stared closely at the beautiful girl who casually retracted her hand, unable to believe what had just happened for a long time. A girl's casual palm actually repelled the combined attacks of 2 young masters from the 5 major regions. How is this possible? She actually repelled the combined attacks of 2 young masters from the 5 major regions. Could it be that she has already cultivated to the Yuanying realm? How is this possible? She is clearly only at the 7th level of the elixir realm. Countless cries of surprise rang out. This scene caused a stir that even Yan Chutian could not compare to before. Because what Qiu Yu repelled were the combined attacks of 2 young masters from the 5 major regions. Who here dared to say that she could repel the combined attacks of 2 young masters from the 5 major regions? At this moment, not to mention the others, Zhou Ling and the other young master from the 5 major regions, who had been repelled by Qiu Yu, were the clearest on what they felt. Therefore, they were the most in disbelief. How could a girl who looked like she had just entered the 7th level of the elixir realm so easily repel their attacks? While the crowd was still in shock, Yan Chutian had already raised his hand and grabbed the jade box. Holding the jade box, Yan Chutian did not look at it and immediately returned to Qiu Yu's side. Then, he calmly looked at Zhou Ling, who had an ugly expression, and the other young master from the 5 major regions. No one knew Qiu Yu's strength better than him. That was why he was at ease and left his back to Qiu Yu. And as expected, once Qiu Yu made a move, even Zhou Ling and the other so-called prodigy could only be repelled. Qiu Yu calmly faced the gazes from afar, her beautiful face unperturbed. Perhaps this was shocking to others, but to her it was the most normal thing. She did not reveal her strength, because she only wanted to quietly follow by Yan Chutian's side. However, this did not mean that these so-called top prodigies of the Central Plains were nothing in her eyes. Zhou Ling's expression was ugly, especially when he saw that the ant in his eyes had easily grabbed the jade box. His expression was extremely gloomy. No matter how strange the girl in front of him was, he could not watch this scene unfold before his eyes. Great Mystery Fire Spirit Sword. Zhou Ling roared angrily. At the same time, a dazzling flame surged out of his mouth. As he formed a seal, it quickly condensed and transformed into a huge sword in front of his body. The huge sword was covered in flames and emitted a terrifying temperature that seemed to be enough to ignite the clothes of the prodigies nearby. As it vibrated gently, the terrifying temperature seemed to be unbearable even for space. The space around the flames appeared to be distorted and illusory, as if it could collapse at any time. In the next instant, this extremely powerful Great Spirit Sword immediately shot towards Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. In an instant, the huge flaming sword had already appeared in front of the two of them. In an instant, many gazes were fixed on the huge flaming sword. They all wanted to know how Qiu Yu, who had just displayed an astonishing strength, would deal with Zhou Ling's powerful attack. In the face of the ferocious attack, Qiu Yu's red lips curled slightly. Without any unnecessary movements, she slowly raised her jade-like arm and pointed at the huge flaming sword. Just as the crowd was wondering why Qiu Yu was doing this, specks of blue crystals, which looked like drifting snow, suddenly descended from the sky above the huge flaming sword. However, when these seemingly fragile crystals descended on the terrifying flaming sword, even the scorching flames could not melt them. Instead, as the blue crystals continued to descend, the flames quickly dissipated. This scene caused Zhou Ling's expression to turn even uglier. The surrounding prodigies were also shocked. At this moment, the blue crystals continued to cover the huge flaming sword. When they reached a certain point, a cold, delicate voice slowly rang out. "Break! Crack!" As the delicate voice rang out, the huge flaming sword shattered. In the end, it was completely covered by the blue crystals and disappeared without a trace. After easily dissolving Zhou Ling's powerful spirit art, Qiu Yu's already powerful image in everyone's eyes was greatly enhanced. The other young master of the 5 major regions, who had been waiting for an opportunity to cooperate with Zhou Ling, also stopped what he was doing. Even if it was difficult for him to accept this situation, he had to admit that this beautiful woman's strength had exceeded his imagination. She was probably invincible in the elixir realm. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 347. With that thought in mind, the young master of the 5 major regions gave up on the idea of taking back the jade box. He was also very decisive. Once he gave up on the idea, he immediately looked elsewhere, waiting for an opportunity to fight for it. Sensing the intention of the people around him to give up, no matter how unwilling Zhou Ling was, he could only endure it and give up on the idea of taking back the jade box. This was because he knew that with this woman around, he would not have a chance at all. This woman's strength was beyond common sense. At the same time, the surrounding geniuses who finally confirmed Xiao Yu's strength could not help but be shocked again. She was only at the 7th level of elixir, but she was able to force the 2 young masters of the 5 major regions to give up. This kind of strength was really a little too terrifying. Moreover, they also thought of Yan Chutian. In that instant, they seemed to have suddenly recalled that these 2 disciples from second-rate forces were actually so extraordinary that they could not be judged by common sense. This was because, according to common sense, regardless of whether it was the 5th level of elixir or the 7th level of elixir, among the many geniuses on the stone platform, their cultivation levels could not be any weaker. But who would have thought that such a weak cultivation level could stir up such a huge storm? Xiao Yu, let's go. After putting away the jade box, Yan Chutian whispered to Xiao Yu. Perhaps with Xiao Yu's strength she could still fight for the other jade boxes, but Yan Chutian did not want her to take any more risk. After all, to fight for 1 jade box, she would have to face at least 2 young masters of the 5 major regions. If she went to fight for another jade box, she would have to face 4 young masters of the 5 major regions, or even more. Although Yan Chutian was extremely confident in Xiao Yu, he still remembered the saying that 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. If Yan Chutian wanted to leave, Xiao Yu naturally agreed. Thus, the 2 of them openly flew out of the stone platform under the gazes of many people. Even though they clearly knew that the 2 of them possessed the same final opportunity jade box, no one dared to stop them. That was because they had personally witnessed how terrifying the 2 of them were. Seeing the 2 leave, Yan Ningzhu and Zhou Yao, who had stayed outside the stone platform, quickly followed. They were here because Yan Chutian was here. Now that Yan Chutian had left, they had no interest in continuing to fight for the opportunity. As they flew, Yan Chutian and Xiao Yu also discovered that the surrounding land had actually increased by a lot. It must have been caused by the opening of the opportunity. Just as the 2 of them were about to reach the edge of the land, the familiar Black River appeared before their eyes. Naturally, they also felt that there were 2 auras chasing closely behind them. Looking back, these 2 were none other than Zhou Yao and Yan Ningzhu. Looking at the 2 women rushing over, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She whispered in Yan Chutian's ear, "You really have good luck with women." Although Xiao Yu's tone was calm, Yan Chutian could hear the deep resentment in it. This made him feel extremely awkward. He did not know whether to answer or not to answer. When he was about to open his mouth to explain something, Xiao Yu had already calmed down and looked at the 2 women indifferently. She might be able to tolerate Yan Ningzhu for the 2 women. After all, she was still a friend to her. However, she would not be courteous to Zhou Yao. She directly glared at her coldly like a blade. If it was in the past, Zhou Yao might be able to argue against Xiao Yu's cold gaze. But now, after knowing the astonishing strength of the other party, she really did not have the courage to do so. Not to mention that her cultivation had not recovered yet. Even if it had, she knew that she was not the other party's opponent at all. Even the always proud Zhou Yao had to admit that this woman's terror had reached an astonishing level. In these ancient ruins, who could force the 2 young masters of the 5 major regions to retreat with just his own opinion? Sensing Xiao Yu's resentment, Yan Chutian naturally did not say anything. He could only give a slight signal to the 2 women. Then, he followed Xiao Yu's footsteps and stepped onto a large floating island on the shore. Seeing this, the 2 women hurriedly followed. Then, this island slowly drifted towards the depths of the Black River under Xiao Yu's control. After drifting for an hour, there was no longer a single figure in the surroundings. Similarly, even if there were 4 people sitting cross-legged on this island, there was no sound at all. It was silent. With the other 2 women present, Yan Chutian did not dare to get close to Qiuyu. Also, because of Qiuyu, he did not dare to speak to the two women. In the silence, Yan Chutian simply took out the jade box again and placed it in front of him, floating it with spiritual power. As the jade box floated up and down, there was a soft light emitted, making people feel quite warm and warm. Not to mention the item in the jade box, even the jade box itself was extraordinary. And because of this, Yan Chutian suddenly looked forward to the item in the jade box. Thinking about it, the item in such an extraordinary jade box must be equally extraordinary. However, Yan Chutian was also a little worried. If this jade box contained some kind of spiritual array, it would be useless to him. Finally, Yan Chutian slowly opened the jade box. The instant the jade box was opened, an elegant fragrance wafted out. When Yan Chutian locked onto the item within the jade box, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But soon after, he furrowed his brows. Because the item in the jade box was not a spiritual array that he thought was useless, but a round futon. Yan Chutian took out the futon. The jade box was only the size of a palm, but the futon he took out was half a foot in size. Obviously, there was space in the jade box. But now the jade box could not attract Yan Chutian's attention. He looked at the futon in front of him in confusion. The futon was half a foot in size. It was green all over and exuded a faint fragrance. But other than that, there was nothing strange about it. It was as if this was an ordinary futon. This made Yan Chutian's face a little ugly. Could it be that he had spent a lot of effort and exposed Qiuyu, only to get a useless item? But his eyes were fixed on the green futon. Yan Chutian still did not believe that this was a useless item. And since this was a futon for sitting cross-legged, he simply sat on it. And when he sat cross-legged on the futon, as expected, a strange scene happened. The green futon, which was originally close to the ground below, slowly rose up and floated in the air. At the same time, a mysterious aura spread out and shrouded Yan Chutian's body. He almost could not wait to fall into cultivation. The moment the mysterious aura shrouded Yan Chutian, Qiuyu, Yan Ningzhu, and Zhou Yao all felt something. Their beautiful eyes locked onto the former. And even if the three of them did not stare at Yan Chutian, looking at Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged on the green futon, they could imagine that the futon he was sitting on was probably the item in the jade box. At the same time, although Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, had already fallen into cultivation, his heart was ecstatic. Just as he sat cross-legged, he felt that the energy in his body was rapidly recovering. This kind of recovery was not just spiritual power but also spiritual patterns. And this kind of recovery speed, even the mysterious yang condensation qi could not compare. And more importantly, in addition to recovery, he also felt a trace of warmth. All kinds of signs involuntarily made Yan Chutian want to lock onto the identity of the futon. This futon was probably the legendary origin cultivating tree. The so-called primordial nurturing tree was famous even in the heaven realm because according to legend, the effects of the primordial nurturing tree were not limited to one's cultivation realm. In other words, no matter what your cultivation realm was, it could bring you a lot of benefits. But one could imagine that such a strange spiritual tree was naturally incomparably precious. Even in the heaven realm, it was a legendary existence. Even Yan Chutian, one of the heaven realm's top 10 geniuses, had only heard of it and had never seen it. However, even if he had never seen the origin cultivating tree, Yan Chutian immediately gritted his teeth and determined the identity of the futon in his hand. This was because the feeling that this futon gave him was the same as the legendary origin cultivating tree. Thinking that he had obtained a futon made of the origin cultivating tree, Yan Chutian's heart was extremely excited. Such an opportunity, even if he had obtained it in the heaven realm, he would also be happy. But in the next moment, Yan Chutian's heart also trembled. A futon made of the origin cultivating tree was only one of the 6 opportunities. Yen Chutian really could not imagine what the other 6 jade boxes contained. As for the person who left behind these opportunities, his luck was simply too great. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 348. After sitting cross-legged on the yuan nourishing wood praying mat for a while, Yen Chutian did not sink into it. Because if he did, then he could only break through to the 6th level of the elixir. But now, this was obviously not a good place to break through. Then Yen Chutian put away the praying mat, and after he stopped, he could clearly feel the gazes from 3 different directions. Feeling the existence of the 3 people, Yen Chutian felt a headache. In fact, Chiu Yu and Yen Ningzhu did not care. After all, the 2 of them had interacted before. The key to the problem was Zhou Yao. Not long ago, Zhou Yao was still in a hostile relationship with them, but Yen Chutian did not expect that he would have a connection with the other party in the Dragon Peak Abyss. Whether Yen Chutian was willing to admit it or not, Zhou Yao's image had changed a lot in his heart. And because of that situation, in Yen Chutian's heart, he more or less felt a little guilty towards this woman. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to accompany her to see her father without hesitation. Thinking back and forth, Yen Chutian only felt his head hurt. And it was also at this moment, a faint fragrance filled the air, and when he turned around, he saw a beautiful face. Now, you should tell me everything in detail, right? Hearing this, Yen Chutian's nerves suddenly tensed up. He really did not want to say it, but looking at Chiu Yu in front of him, and thinking of her feelings for him, he could not hide it, bit by bit, and told her the charming and gentle scene in the abyss. But of course, Yen Chutian was not a fool. He naturally described the process as extremely involuntary and stiff. But even so, he could see Chiu Yu's smiling face suddenly become gloomy, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. It was only when Yen Chutian said that he did not really cross the line that Chiu Yu's face looked better. When the former's voice fell, the 2 immediately fell into a dead silence. At the same time, Zhou Yao, who was a few feet away, also felt something. She had a feeling that Yen Chutian should have confessed to that woman. In an instant, Zhou Yao's heart became extremely uneasy. On the other side, Yen Ningzhu's mood was also very complicated. With her sensitive mind, how could she not see through Zhou Yao's ambiguous attitude towards Yen Chutian? She knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, it was impossible for the domineering and arrogant young master of the Flame Valley to become like this. She really wanted to know these things, but after thinking about it, she felt very sad. Even if she knew, what was she to Yen Chutian? After a long period of deathly silence, a clear and cold voice, whose emotions could not be understood, slowly rang out. "Then what are you going to do?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian took a deep breath and said, "Chiu Yu, Zhou Yao's father is here. No matter what, I have to see him at least once." Okay. Out of Yen Chutian's expectations, Chiu Yu actually agreed without hesitation. However, the moment her voice fell, she added, "You can go see his father, but I also want to go. You did save his daughter. If he is unreasonable, he can forget about harming you." Okay. Chiu Yu was so understanding, how could Yen Chutian not agree to her request? Moreover, Chiu Yu's intention was for his own safety. But in reality, Yen Chutian wasn't worried that the master of the Flame Valley would be enraged and attack him. First of all, he should be clear that he was Zhou Yao's savior. Even if he was rude and unreasonable, as a participant of the Heaven's Pride gathering, he definitely wouldn't attack him. After all, no matter how strong the Flame Valley was, it was only an ordinary first-rate faction. Behind the Heaven's Pride Festival stood 8 top first-rate factions, and there were also the pillars of the entire Central Plains, the 5 major regions. Today, the exploration of the ancient ruins was nearing its end. For Yen Chutian and the other geniuses who had entered the ancient ruins, a year and a half had passed. However, for the upper echelons of the various factions waiting outside the Rune Mountain, it had been 3 months. As the end approached, most of the geniuses who were still in the ancient ruins had already begun their final closed-door training, hoping to make a breakthrough in this final period of time. After all, the exploration of the ancient ruins was more of an opportunity. However, the arena battles after the ancient ruins were extremely cruel. However, while some people chose to go into closed-door training, there were naturally others who chose to continue searching for opportunities. As for Yan Chutian, he did not continue searching for opportunities. Instead, like most of the geniuses, he chose to go into closed-door training. Originally, he was confident that he could break through to the 6th level of the elixir. After obtaining the Yuan Nurturing Wood praying mat, he was even more confident. In fact, Yan Chutian, who was familiar with the Yuan Nurturing Wood, was even more confident that he could use this praying mat to make his breakthrough to the 6th level of the elixir more complete. One should not underestimate this little bit of completeness. In a battle between cultivators, it was precisely because of the little bit of difference that the victor would be decided. Somewhere in the mystic fire holy palace, in the depths of what seemed to be a small island, Yan Chutian was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. As he sat cross-legged, the praying mat slowly rose. At the same time, the mysterious aura appeared again and slowly covered Yan Chutian's body. When the mysterious aura appeared, Yan Chutian's eyes had already slowly closed. Subsequently, he sank into a routine that was extremely boring and long for an ordinary person. This situation lasted for an unknown period of time. Until a certain moment, Yan Chutian, who had not moved at all, finally let out a breath. Not long after the breath was let out, the huge aura that had been accumulating for a long time and had already reached its peak finally erupted completely. Somewhere on the small island, Chiu Yu looked at the commotion coming from somewhere. Her originally lazy and leisurely face had already become extremely solemn. As the huge perception enveloped the island, that pair of bright eyes also swept over, taking in every bit of movement around the small island. When Yan Chutian began to break through, Zhou Yao and Yan Ningzhu also sensed it. They subconsciously wanted to protect the former, but in the next moment they, who felt the huge perception, silently withdrew that thought. Yan Ningzhu sighed softly and did not make a sound. On the other hand, Zhou Yao gritted her teeth with some reluctance. Perhaps she could not compare to that woman now, but she swore that one day she would surpass her. The commotion caused by Yan Chutian's breakthrough was not small, but no matter how big the commotion was, it would eventually calm down. When the commotion calmed down in the depths of the small island, Yan Chutian's eyes that had been closed for a long time finally opened slowly. As his eyes opened, a huge aura that was countless times stronger than before filled the air. Sensing this huge aura, even Yan Chutian could not help but gently curl the corners of his lips. After a long seclusion, he finally broke through and stepped into the 6th level of elixir. And because of the Yuan cultivation wood praying mat, he, who had stepped into the 6th level of elixir, did not feel any obstruction. It was absolutely hard to believe that he had just broken through. Since he had already broken through, Yan Chutian naturally did not stay any longer. He raised his hand and put away the Yuan cultivation wood praying mat. At the same time, he changed into a new set of clothes and rushed out of the depths of the small island. However, he did not expect that just as he rushed out and saw Chiu Yu and the other girls, the talisman that he had had actually began to vibrate slightly. After the vibration appeared, a power of space gradually emerged. This made Yan Chutian not have to think too much. It was time to go out. He immediately looked over. Sure enough, similar fluctuations were continuously emitted from Chiu Yu and Yan Ningzhu's delicate bodies. Only Zhou Yao, who had lost her talisman, was extremely calm. However, just as Zhou Yao used her innocent eyes to look at Yan Chutian, a talisman suddenly shot into her hand from an unknown source. Immediately after, Yan Chutian only felt a fragrant wind blow over. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. "Here is the talisman." Seeing Qiu Yu appear in front of him, Yan Chutian did not have to think too much to know what she meant. Hence, he immediately held her in his arms and allowed the power of space to continuously surge out and wrap around the two of them. On the other side, although Zhou Yao received the talisman, she was not happy because she saw Yan Chutian hugging another girl. Zhou Yao did not know why she was like this. She just felt that the scene in front of her was so unpleasant. It made her angry, it made her jealous. Compared to her, Yan Ningzhu, who was on the other side, seemed rather indifferent. However, no one noticed that she sighed softly. In the end, it betrayed her true feelings. However, she might have been lucky enough to escape. After all, she knew Yan Chutian's true background. Hence, she knew that she had the opportunity to borrow the stairway to heaven and follow Yan Chutian to the vast heaven realm. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 349. The spatial energy emitted by the spiritual talisman became denser and denser. At a certain moment, the dazzling spiritual light wrapped around Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu and finally shattered the space in front of them. Then, without needing them to move, the spiritual light wrapped around them and took the initiative to rush into the shattered space. In the vast heaven and earth, countless gazes were looking up. Even the upper echelons of the forces, who were emitting powerful auras, looked over with dignified gazes, staring at the center of the Rune Mountain. At this time, the originally silent Rune Mountain, which only flickered when the geniuses were teleported out, was no longer as calm as before. The entire Rune Mountain was emitting a faint light, and at the same time, there was a powerful spatial energy that was constantly surging. Everyone knew that it was time for the ancient ruins to open again. Almost in the next moment, while the crowd was still restless, dazzling streams of light burst out from the Rune Mountain one after another. When these streams of light landed on the ground, they dissipated and overflowing with colors. The ones who appeared in front of everyone were the proud and arrogant geniuses. The streams of light appeared so quickly that the surrounding crowd had no time to react. They could only subconsciously exclaim in succession to express the shock in their hearts. As for the upper echelons of the forces, they only smiled when the geniuses of their forces appeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Even though many geniuses were eliminated in the exploration of the ancient ruins, there were even more geniuses left. The streams of light continued to appear one after another. After all, the purpose of the ancient ruins was not to eliminate geniuses. The geniuses appeared one after another. At first, the atmosphere was extremely normal. However, when two figures appeared at the same time, many gazes immediately gathered. Even the upper echelons of many forces looked over. Is that the disciple of the Heaven's secret sect? Is he the one who eliminated the geniuses of the Sacred Heart region? Impossible, right? That genius from the Sacred Heart region is at the 8th level of elixir, and he is only at the 6th level of elixir. Intense discussions immediately rang out from all over the place. That's right, the two people who appeared at the same time were naturally Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. Yan Chutian did not expect that his appearance would cause such a huge commotion. However, it made sense when they thought about it. After all, he was only from a second-rate power, yet he'd forcefully defeated a disciple of the 5 great regions. So, how could this not cause a commotion? However, compared to this, what puzzled Yan Chutian was why no one looked at Qiu Yu in shock. O Xian, who had been forced out by Qiu Yu, had already come out. Yan Chutian casually swept his gaze around and quickly locked onto O Xian's position. He was able to tell that O Xian had a very ugly expression on his face. After all, as a young master of one of the 5 major regions, he was eliminated in the exploration of the primordial ruins. He was considered unique. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian suddenly came back to his senses. How could the realm of ice nether announce that their young master had been eliminated in public? It would be fine if they were forced to crush the spirit talisman in an unstoppable danger, but if they were defeated in a fight, they would lose face no matter what. At this time, Yan Chutian finally felt a gaze on Qiuyu. The source of this gaze was the triangular-eyed elder beside O Xian. It seemed that the higher-ups of the realm of ice nether had learned the real reason from O Xian. Just as Yan Chutian's gaze swept around, two auras approached from behind. Turning around, Yan Chutian immediately saw Zhu Yun, the vice-sect leader of the Tianji sect, who could not hide his smile. Of course, Zhu Yun could not hide the surprise on his face or in his heart. Originally, he had hoped that one of the three would hide and enter the arena to fight, but who would have thought that Yan Chutian would stir up such an amazing storm? Even a disciple of the Sacred Heart region had been eliminated by him. Based on such a record, Yan Chutian might be able to achieve a good ranking in the next grand competition. Beside Zhu Yun, Luo Shui was dressed in white, which outlined her curvaceous figure. Even though there was not much emotion on her beautiful face, it was enough to attract the attention of many men. Yan Chutian had known that Luo Shui had been eliminated long ago, and he also knew the person who had eliminated Luo Shui. It was none other than the young master of the realm of ice nether, Yi Xian. Speaking of which, he and Yi Xian had a lot of history. In an auction before entering the ancient relic, Yi Xian had unintentionally set him up. However, in the ancient relic, Yan Chutian had also set him up secretly. Yan Chutian had thought that the grudge between them had been settled, but now it seemed that it was not over yet. Yan Chutian looked at Yi Xian, who looked back as if he had sensed something. However, the first person he saw was not Yan Chutian, but Qiuyu behind him. Because he was also one of the many top heavenly legends on the suspended stone platform. Therefore, he naturally knew how powerful the woman beside Yan Chutian was. Gazing at Qiuyu solemnly for a moment, Yi Xian finally made eye contact with Yan Chutian. However, he was afraid of Qiuyu. Facing Yan Chutian, he immediately showed his cold arrogance. Yi Xian did not deny that Qiuyu was powerful, but this did not mean that Yan Chutian was nothing in his eyes. So what if he could defeat Yinjiu? He could also easily defeat people like Yinjiu. However, what puzzled Yi Xian was that looking at Yan Chutian's face made him feel uncomfortable out of nowhere. He was sure that he did not have any interaction with Yan Chutian, but why did he have such a feeling when he suddenly glanced at him? Yan Chutian's gaze did not linger on Yi Xian for long, because he soon felt a gaze filled with coldness shooting towards him. Looking back, it was Zhou Ling who was looking at him. Just like Yi Xian, Zhou Ling was also very scared of Qiuyu. In fact, he was even more scared of him than the others. After all, he was one of the young masters who had fought with Qiuyu that day. However, unlike Yi Xian, Zhou Ling's gaze towards Yan Chutian was full of disdain and anger. However, Yan Chutian was not afraid of him before. Now that he had stepped into the 6th level of the elixir, there was no need for him to be afraid. He immediately looked back at Zhou Ling coldly. Zhou Ling's face froze, and then an even colder and fiercer aura filled the air. He really did not expect Yan Chutian to be so arrogant in front of him. Did he think that he could do anything with that woman? There was no external force to be used in the arena. If he met Yan Chutian, he would definitely make Yan Chutian beg for his death. Time passed slowly. Not long after, all the geniuses flew out of the Rune Mountain and landed on the ground. However, not everyone could return safely. Although they had life-saving talismans, there were still some geniuses who would stay in the ancient ruins forever. After that, the higher-ups of the 5 major regions finally showed up. It was an old man who was shrouded in a powerful aura. As soon as the old man appeared, a powerful aura spread out, bringing great pressure to everyone. At the same time, they shut their mouths and looked into the distance. The old man didn't waste any time. With a wave of his sleeve, spiritual energy jade slips shot out in all directions. Those who received these jade slips were the prodigies who had been teleported out of the Rune Mountain. after which the old man's voice, which was still filled with dignity, finally rang out. 5 days later, in the Zhongyuan city square, the geniuses' competition. After flying out of the Rune Mountain, Zhou Yao looked at a certain figure not far away. Zhou Yao had finally met up with the remaining geniuses of the Flame Valley. There was also a higher-up of the Flame Valley among them. This higher-up of the Flame Valley was a middle-aged beauty with a head of red hair. Since Zhou Yao appeared, she had scanned him from head to toe. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with the former, she finally sighed in relief. When the middle-aged beauty saw Zhou Yao naturally saw her as well. However, when he saw the beautiful woman, Zhou Yao was puzzled. Where was his father? Little Yao, some rascals dared to cause trouble. Your father has already returned to the Flame Valley to suppress them. However, before she finished speaking, the beautiful woman was shocked to discover that Zhou Yao, who should have been happy after hearing this news, was a little anxious. This made her subconsciously ask, "Did something happen?" "Auntie, Zhou Yao wanted to say something but hesitated. However, this middle-aged beauty was his aunt. Hence, he told her everything in the end. After Zhou Yao's words, the beautiful woman was shocked. She did not expect that her brother's precious daughter had almost lost her virginity. Zhou Yao did not know that he had not lost his virginity. However, how could the middle-aged beauty not see it? Genius remembered this address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 350. However, even though she knew that Zhou Yao had not lost her virginity, the middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent when she heard the story. Not only was Zhou Yao the apple of her brother's eye, but she was also deeply loved by the middle-aged woman herself. Now that she knew that Zhou Yao had been defiled by a strange man, how could she tolerate it? The middle-aged woman did not conceal the murderous intent in her eyes, and Zhou Yao could naturally sense it. The latter immediately regretted telling the truth and hurriedly said, "Aunt, you can't touch him." He had no choice. Moreover, looking at the anxious look on the girl's face, the middle-aged woman could see the reason. While she was in disbelief, the murderous intent gradually dissipated. After a long while, the middle-aged woman asked slowly, "Why don't you let me touch him?" Because, Zhou Yao stammered and could not answer for a long time. In the next instant, the middle-aged woman's voice sounded again. "Because you like him?" The unexpected words caused Zhou Yao to raise her head in shock. After a while, her pretty face was quickly covered in red, and Zhou Yao quickly lowered her head, unable to raise it again. Seeing Zhou Yao's reaction, a gentle smile appeared on the middle-aged woman's still charming face. She was experienced and could naturally see the feelings in Zhou Yao's heart. Thinking about it now, she also felt that the man's character was not bad. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly woken up at the last moment instead of taking advantage of Zhou Yao. Therefore, she looked at Zhou Yao gently and said after a while, "Although your father has returned, you can bring him to see me, your aunt." Zhou Yao became anxious again, but before she could speak, the middle-aged woman continued, "Don't worry, your aunt will not kill him. However, you are the young sect master of the Flame Valley, the apple of your father and aunt's eye. Don't even think about denying what he has done." The primordial ruins had come to an end, but the commotion caused by the primordial ruins would not end just like that. On the contrary, it was becoming more and more intense. Especially when the news that a disciple of a second-rate force was actually able to force 2 young masters of the 5 major regions to retreat, the commotion reached its peak. When the news spread, not to mention the upper echelons of the major forces, even the prides who heard the news felt that it was a fantasy story and could not believe it. What kind of people were the young masters of the 5 major regions? They were people who stood at the top of the pyramid of geniuses in the Central Plains. For an ordinary genius, being able to fight against a young master of one of the 5 major regions without losing was already something to be proud of. But now, there was news of a disciple of a second-rate force forcing 2 young masters of the 5 major regions to retreat based on his own opinion. How could anyone accept this? However, no matter how incredulous they were, as more and more rumors spread, and even those prideful top heaven's favorites, Zhou Ling, and the other young master of the 5 major regions did not refute, they had no choice but to believe that this was the truth. Could this really be the truth? 2 young lords of the 5 major territories were actually forced to retreat by a disciple of the Heaven's Fate sect? Just how terrifying is that woman's strength? She can actually force back 2 young masters of the 5 major regions. Is the Heaven's Fate sect really just a second-rate power? It's one thing for that male disciple to be able to eliminate the disciples of the 5 major regions, but this female disciple is actually able to force back the joint attack of the 2 young masters? If that's the case, who else can compete with him in the following battles? A huge storm swept out, and the Central Plains city could not calm down for a long time. When this matter reached Zhu Yun's ears, it brought him no less shock than the outside world. After a long while, Zhu Yun finally regained his senses and smiled helplessly. He could not see through the 2 disciples that Han Chern had brought back. Every time he thought that he had seen their limits, an even more shocking scene would appear. But after feeling helpless, Zhu Yun's heart was also filled with incomparable joy. In short, his Heaven's Fate sect would be able to enjoy great glory because of these 2 people. At the same time, as the main characters of this matter, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu were extremely calm. This small courtyard where the Heaven's Fate sect lived had a peace that was different from the outside world. In the courtyard, Yan Chutian was still sitting cross-legged on the Yuan nourishing wood praying mat. The mysterious aura enveloped him, and quickly enveloped him. Qiu Yu was also sitting cross-legged at the side. Although she was not sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, the mysterious aura that spread out was able to benefit him quite a bit. This situation lasted for about an hour. When the commotion outside came, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu finally opened their eyes and stood up. When they opened the door to the courtyard, the person who entered was none other than Zhou Yao, who had just parted with them yesterday. Zhou Yao's cultivation had already recovered, and because she had experienced a lot, her cultivation was already close to the 8th level of the elixir realm. If she cultivated a little more, she should be able to smoothly step into the next level. Zhou Yao's beautiful eyes swept across the courtyard, and the first thing she saw was Yan Chutian. This made her seem to have thought of something, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Only when she saw Qiu Yu behind Yan Chutian did her pink face quickly disappear, and a trace of unyielding tenacity quietly emerged in the depths of her eyes. Qiu Yu looked indifferently at this, as if she had completely ignored the other party. However, only she knew exactly what kind of emotions had emerged in her heart. Zhou Yao's gaze did not linger on Qiu Yu for long, and quickly turned back to Yan Chutian. When she saw Yan Chutian, her expression immediately became somewhat shy and hesitant. A moment later, she slowly said in a soft voice, "Father has returned to the Flame Valley, but my aunt wants to see you." Hearing her words, Yan Chutian knew that Zhou Yao should have told her aunt about this matter, and the latter clearly wanted to question him. Yan Chutian completely understood this situation, so he did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Okay." Seeing Yan Chutian agree, Zhou Yao walked in front and led the way. However, she did not expect that after she led the way, Qiu Yu actually followed Yan Chutian out of the courtyard. This caused her to turn around and glare at Qiu Yu, but Qiu Yu still completely ignored her. This caused her to be unable to say anything even though she was unwilling in her heart, and could only continue to lead the way. She knew that she was no match for the other party, so she could not be overbearing. However, it did not matter. As long as they returned to their residence in the Flame Valley, with her aunt around, let's see how this woman can be arrogant. After a quarter of an hour, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu stepped into a magnificent courtyard under Zhou Yao's lead. The Flame Valley was a first-rate faction, and even though it was at the bottom, the courtyard they were in was much better than the Tianji sect. Stepping into the courtyard, Yen Chutian immediately felt numerous gazes converging on him. Each and every one of those gazes contained unrestrained, intense hostility. There were even some people who wanted to step forward, but they did not have the courage in front of Zhou Yao. After Zhou Yao led the two into the depths of the courtyard, the owners of these hostile gazes finally could not help but speak out in anger. Why did junior sect leader bring those two here? Tianji sect disciples are really courting death. Our Flame Valley is not a place where he can come and go as he pleases. Humph. With Elder Zhou Yun around, there will naturally be a time when he knows fear. After stepping into the depths of the courtyard, Zhou Yao finally stopped in front of a large hall. She turned around and softly said to Yen Chutian, "Aunt is in the large hall. She only sees you alone." "All right." Yen Chutian once again agreed. After which, he turned around and nodded gently at Qiuyu. Only then did he step forward, push open the heavy hall door and walk in. The enormous hall door slowly opened. After Yen Chutian had completely walked in, the hall door swiftly closed as if it was controlled by some unknown force. The instant the hall door closed, Yen Chutian felt an enormous pressure envelop him, completely suppressing him. In the face of such pressure, Yen Chutian's expression was a little unnatural. He clearly understood that this was the qi power that only a Yuanying stage practitioner could possess. Clearly, only Zhou Yao's aunt could possess such power. Sure enough, when he looked into the distance, the figure of a middle-aged woman immediately appeared in his sight. Even though this woman no longer had the tenderness and immaturity of a girl in her youth, she was still extremely beautiful. Moreover, although she was no longer immature, there was an additional charm of a mature woman, which was similarly eye-catching. However, Yen Chutian would not be tempted by this woman. This was because he clearly understood that this was Zhou Yao's aunt. Chapter 351. Disciple of the Tianji sect, Yen Chu, greets Elder Zhou Yun of the Flame Valley. Silently retracting his gaze, Yen Chutian bowed slightly and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. No matter what, the current Zhou Yao and him were already considered friends. As for Zhou Yun, as Zhou Yao's elder, she could accept his courtesy. However, when Yen Chutian's voice fell, there was no reply. This made Yen Chutian vaguely feel that this woman was about to make things difficult for him. As expected, it was not out of Yen Chutian's expectations. After a moment, a light shout with a cold, killing intent heavily sounded. "How dare you! How dare you blaspheme the Flame Valley's young sect leader?" As the voice resounded, an enormous pressure shrouded the area, as if there was 1,000 caddies of mountains pressing down. Even Yen Chutian, who had already stepped into the 6th level of the Yuandan realm, found it extremely difficult to resist. In the next moment, Yen Chutian only felt a charming aura unique to a mature woman surging over. A valiant power continuously gathered, and finally, under the control of a white jade palm, it floated above his head. In this situation, it seemed that as long as this jade hand descended even a little bit, it would completely obliterate Yen Chutian's life. In such a situation, how could Yen Chutian not struggle? The spiritual energy in his dantian crazily stirred, and the mysterious yang qi also continuously spread out, pouring into every inch of his body. The third-grade mysterious yang body had long been activated, and the powerful physical strength, accompanied by the eruption of spiritual energy and mysterious yang qi, completely displayed all of its power. However, just as Yen Chutian was about to resist with all his strength, he suddenly felt that all of the pressure had suddenly disappeared. Turning his gaze, the middle-aged beauty, Zhou Yun, was already standing in front of him, but there was no longer any valiant aura around her body. At first glance, she seemed to be just an ordinary middle-aged woman. Yen Chutian looked over in confusion, and Zhou Yun also looked over, with a few hints of admiration in her eyes. Just now, she had already felt the power that Yen Chutian could unleash. That kind of power might not be much to him, but for a 6th-level elixir cultivator to be able to unleash it, it was shocking. It was no wonder that he was able to defeat the disciples of the Sacred Heart region. Meeting Yan Chutian's puzzled gaze, Zhou Yun no longer concealed the truth. A faint smile appeared on her graceful face. "You are qualified to be with Xiao Yao." Hearing those words, how could Yan Chutian not know what Zhou Yun meant? She wanted to make him and Zhou Yao. But how could Yan Chutian agree? "Elder Zhou Yun, you are mistaken. After this matter, Zhou Yao is already my friend. However, it is definitely not a relationship between a man and a woman." Yan Chutian's confession immediately caused the faint smile on Zhou Yun's face to disappear. Following that, a trace of unrestrained sharpness appeared. After doing such a thing, you want to deny it as a friend. Do you think that I, the junior sect master of the Flame Valley, am a plaything that you can profane? If Xiao Yao had not pleaded for you, I would have already killed you because of what you have done. She continuously shouted coldly, as if as long as Yan Chutian dared to say another word, she would use her bloody means to suppress him. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already compromised and would be happy to see such a thing happen. After all, if it was as Zhou Yun said, Yan Chutian could not only possess such a beautiful girl like Zhou Yao, but also become the successor of the Flame Valley. However, Yan Chutian was not an ordinary person, so he would definitely not agree. "Looks like you are really courting death." Yan Chutian's reaction had already made Zhou Yun understand everything. Hence, the coldness on her face became denser and denser, and the words that came out of her mouth were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, Zhou Yun raised her white hand again. As she raised her palm, the power of qi rapidly gathered. This power of qi brought along extremely frightening undulations. Even the slightest ripple was enough to cause space to tremble. One had to admit that there was a huge gap between the elixir stage and the yuanying stage because of this power of qi. The power of qi had been gathered to the limit. At this moment, the still white and shiny hand was probably the most frightening killing move in the eyes of many people. Yan Chutian believed that even Zhou Ling would not have much ability to resist in such a situation. But in the face of such a situation, Yan Chutian didn't display any means of defense. This was because he could keenly sense that Zhou Yun was extremely hesitant. She was truly angry, but there was not much killing intent in this anger. At this moment, Zhou Yun indeed did not have much killing intent. This was because she knew how much Zhou Yao liked Yan Chutian. If she really killed him now, her Xiao Yao would probably hate her for the rest of her life. Having experienced this before, Zhou Yun was extremely clear about this kind of love. After all, even she herself had once gone crazy over love. Thus, after raising her hand for a long time, she helplessly lowered it in the end. Then, she looked straight at Yan Chutian and slowly spoke. "I don't care what kind of attitude you have towards Xiao Yao. I only know that Xiao Yao is the apple of my and my brother's eye. If you dare to make Xiao Yao sad, I will definitely kill you and that woman outside. Also, regardless of whether you know it or not, you should know what Xiao Yao means to you." After speaking, Zhou Yun no longer looked at Yan Chutian. She raised her hand and opened the dust-covered palace door. Her figure had already disappeared from the palace. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian did not have the time to care about Zhou Yun's disappearance. Instead, his mind was filled with the last words she said before she left. No matter how late Yan Chutian realized it, Zhou Yun deliberately made it clear. Combined with the change in Zhou Yao's attitude towards him, Yan Chutian finally realized something. When he thought of that possibility, even though Yan Chutian had always been as calm as Mount Tai, he was at a loss of what to do. At this moment, as the palace door was opened, Qiu Yu and Zhou Yao, who had been waiting outside, immediately rushed in. Facing Zhou Yao's beautiful face, Yan Chutian's expression became more and more unnatural. It was even harder for him to maintain his previous attitude. He found an excuse and immediately left. Seeing Yan Chutian leave with a strange expression, Zhou Yao was anxious and subconsciously wanted to follow. However, before she moved, an arm gently pressed on her shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. Turning her head, the owner of the hand was Zhou Yun, who had just disappeared. "Aunt, what did you say? How did he become like this?" "Xiaoyao, he is not suitable for you." Looking at the unprecedentedly anxious Zhou Yun could not bear to tell the truth. However, because of this, it seemed to have strengthened Zhou Yao's confidence. She clenched her teeth and said, "Aunt, why is he not suitable? I just like him." Returning to the courtyard of the Heavenly Secrets sect, Yan Chutian was still unable to calm down. He never thought that Zhou Yao would actually like him. He had never been good at dealing with matters of the heart. Otherwise, he would not have been reminded by others and only realized it in hindsight. However, Yan Chutian also knew that he did not have the same feelings for Zhou Yao as Qiu Yu. Through Zhou Yun, she should be able to understand. After reluctantly sitting down, Yan Chutian threw away all distracting thoughts and sank into cultivation after a long time. For the next 4 days, Yan Chutian spent her time sitting cross-legged in cultivation. It was only until the day before the grand tournament that he finally woke up from his meditation. When he woke up, there was already a knock on his door. When he opened the door, the person who knocked was Qiu Yu. Facing Qiu Yu, Yan Chutian also felt a little unnatural. Because he understood. How could he not understand that Qiu Yu should have known about Zhou Yao's feelings for him? If a woman knew that another woman was interested in the man she liked, no matter who it was, they would feel uncomfortable. "Qiu Yu, don't say any more. Between us, there is no need to care about those things." A faint smile appeared on Qiu Yu's beautiful face. Her understanding appearance made Yan Chutian unable to help but immediately pull her into his embrace and hug her deeply. To be able to obtain the love of such a woman, how lucky he was! Being suddenly hugged, Qiu Yu's beautiful face was startled, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. However, she did not resist. Instead, she allowed Yan Chutian to hug her deeply. After a long time, she softly said, all right, Vice Sect Leader Zhu Yun is still waiting for us." However, almost immediately after Qiu Yu's soft words, an old man's cough immediately rang out. Immediately after, Zhu Yun's figure appeared in their line of sight. This caused Qiu Yu's beautiful face to become even more fiery red. She no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly struggled out of Yan Chutian's embrace. "Haha, you won't blame this old fellow for suddenly appearing, right?" Zhu Yun's loud laughter slowly rang out, causing Zhou Yao's beautiful face to become even more fiery red. It also caused Yan Chutian's expression to become awkward. He could only hurriedly bow and say, "Greetings, Vice Sect Leader Zhu." Chapter 352. Haha, Zhu Yun laughed heartily and did not put on the airs of a deputy sect leader. Of course, this was only because the two people standing in front of him had brought him too many surprises. If they were ordinary disciples, he would not be like this. Strength was always the first benchmark to gain respect. After chatting for a while, Zhu Yun's face gradually turned solemn. In the next instant, a heavenly treasure that emitted a faint fragrance appeared in his hand. Looking at this heavenly treasure, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu's eyes lit up without Zhu Yun needing to say anything. "Lightning-turning branch!" Yan Chutian exclaimed in surprise. This lightning-turning branch was none other than one of the two heavenly treasures that Qiu Yu lacked to cultivate the technique of splitting consciousness. It is indeed the lightning-turning branch. You have brought great honor to our heavenly secret sect, but I do not have anything to reward you with at the moment. From Luo Shui, I know that you are looking for some heavenly treasures. Coincidentally, I have a lightning-turning branch." Before his voice faded, Zhu Yun had already handed over the lightning-flipping branch to Yan Chutian and said with a regretful tone, "It is a pity that we did not find any trace of the gravity fruit." After receiving the lightning-turning branch, Yan Chutian did not feel regretful at all. To be able to obtain the lightning-turning branch was a great surprise to him. Next, He only needed to find the last heavenly treasure, the gravity fruit. Thank you, Deputy Sect Leader. After receiving the lightning-turning branch, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu thanked him again. After chatting for a while, Zhu Yun regained his composure. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. I, Zhu Yun, am not a foolish person. Now that things have come to this, no matter how stupid I am, I can guess that you are not ordinary disciples. However, I do not care about anything else. As long as you are willing to admit that you are a disciple of our heavenly secret sect, then you are a disciple of our heavenly secret sect. As Zhu Yun's voice fell, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu's expressions also became solemn. However, they didn't say much. Instead, they bowed deeply to Zhu Yun and said, "Thank you, Vice Sect Leader. Tonight was destined to be a long night. For many cultivators, it was a sleepless night. However, regardless of how long the night was, it ultimately passed while waiting. When light quietly appeared on the horizon, the atmosphere of the entire Central Plains city was completely ignited. In the sky, countless sounds of wind breaking rang out. Looking up, one could see countless figures shooting towards a certain direction. That was the central plaza of the entire Zhongyuan city. In the courtyard of the Heaven's Secret Sect, Zhu Yun stared intently at Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. However, from start to finish, he did not say a single word. Instead, he directly rose from the ground and shot explosively towards the direction of the central plaza. As they approached the central plaza, Yan Chutian raised her head and saw the densely packed crowd of people. The density of the crowd was also proof of the vastness of the central plaza. In the center of the crowd, 10 huge arenas were arranged in order. Every single one of these arenas was clearly made of extraordinary materials. Even if they were just standing there calmly, there was an indescribable charm flowing around them. This was easy to understand. If the materials were ordinary, how could they withstand the intense battle between the heavens' prides of these factions? A moment later, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu followed closely behind Zhu Yun and landed at a specific location in the central plaza. However, for some reason, when Yan Chutian entered the central plaza, an indescribable feeling of uneasiness immediately emerged. He immediately scanned his surroundings and even opened the spirit eye on his forehead. However, he didn't sense anything unusual. This made Yan Chutian shake his head involuntarily and disperse the sudden feeling of uneasiness that had suddenly emerged. The central plaza gathered the top factions of the entire Central Plains. If anyone dared to make a move against him here, it would be equivalent to challenging the entire Central Plains factions. It would be no different from courting death. At the same time, Yan Chutian's expression was complicated when he saw the Flame Valley faction descending not far away. Because with just a glance, he saw Zhou Yao's anxious face, but when she met his gaze, she revealed a happy expression. In the next moment, he immediately held the jade-like hand of the woman beside him. However, perhaps even he himself didn't know if he did it deliberately or subconsciously. Qiu Yu was slightly surprised, and a trace of pink appeared on her beautiful face. Only when she saw Zhou Yao did she restrain her shyness and hold Yan Chutian's hand tightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind breaking continued to ring out, and when some figures descended, it would cause some exclamations from the surrounding crowd. However, no matter how loud these exclamations were, they couldn't compare to Qiu Yu's appearance. This was because, according to the rumors, this woman's strength was simply too terrifying. She had used her own strength to force back 2 young masters of the 5 major regions. She could be said to be the strongest in the elixir realm. Therefore, some people even directly named her as the champion of the Prodigy tournament. However, while some people were shocked, there were naturally some who were skeptical. They didn't deny that Qiu Yu did indeed possess shocking strength, and it was even comparable to the young masters of the 5 major regions. However, it was still impossible to say that her opinion was comparable to the 2 young masters of the 5 major regions. They believed that it was only due to the special circumstances that led to this shocking situation. However, regardless, Chiao Yu had become the focus of many people's attention. Even the dark horse Yan Chutian couldn't compare to her and could only be reduced to a green leaf. At a certain moment, Yan Ningzhu, who was dressed in green, also descended in the center of the plaza. However, compared to those famous prodigies, other than her appearance, she didn't have anything else that was eye-catching. However, Yan Ningzhu didn't care about her reputation. She only cared about the ranking of this tournament. She knew that Yan Chutian and Chiao Yu wanted to obtain a place in the top 10. This was because only by entering the top 10 would they have the qualifications to cultivate on the stairway to heaven. Only by entering the stairway to heaven would she be able to follow Yan Chutian to that vast and colorful world. More and more people gathered in the plaza, and the commotion they caused became louder and louder. It wasn't until a certain moment when 5 figures appeared in the sky that the crowd quieted down. Yan Chutian looked up. The aura emitted by these 5 figures was simply too powerful. Compared to them, even the higher-ups of the 5 major regions who appeared in the primordial ruins couldn't compare. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that these people had most likely stepped into the Heaven's Palace realm. Therefore, Yan Chutian could vaguely guess the identities of these figures. These people were probably the top higher-ups of the 5 major regions. As expected, in the next moment, Yan Chutian learned of their identities from Zhu Yun. They were the deputy region masters of the 5 major regions. The region masters of the 5 major regions were the most respected, and the 5 region masters represented absolute strength. In addition to the region masters, there were several Heaven's Palace realm experts in each force. However, among these experts, only one could become a deputy region master and enjoy great power over the other Heaven's Palace realm experts. Furthermore, the deputy region masters were the holders of the highest power in the 5 major regions. This was because the region masters were all in seclusion all year round in pursuit of a stronger cultivation. Yan Chutian's gaze swept across these deputy region masters, and finally stopped on an elder. This was because the other deputy region masters all looked middle-aged, and he was the only one who looked like an elder. Moreover, Yan Chutian could clearly see that although this elder was the oldest, his cultivation was the weakest among the 5. This made Yan Chutian a little surprised. If it wasn't that the power the old man belonged to was weaker than the other domains, then the old man must have some connections in his domain. In the next moment, Yan Chutian heard Zhu Yun's soft voice again. That is the deputy region master of the Nether Ice Territory, Sun Yun. Although his cultivation is not the strongest among the Heaven's Palace realm experts in the Nether Ice Territory, his brother, Sun Tian, is the region master of the Nether Ice Territory. Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately understood. So he had a brother who was a region master. It was no wonder that he could sit in the position of deputy region master. Yan Chutian did not have any intention of mocking him. After all, this was how the world was. Cultivators had amazing strength, but they were also mortals who had 7 emotions and 6 desires and knew the ways of the world. After that, without waiting for Yan Chutian to look further, the only female deputy region master among the 5 took a step forward and looked down at the people below from the sky. Under her gaze, not to mention the geniuses of the weak forces or the spectators, even the higher-ups of the first-rate forces could only show weakness and did not dare to fight back. The strength and aura of a Heaven's Palace realm expert made it difficult for them to look directly at her. Chapter 353. The middle-aged woman had a noble figure and a graceful face. Compared to Zhou Yun, Zhou Yao's aunt, she was even more beautiful and luxurious. But at this moment, no one dared to take another look at this woman. She was a Heavenly Palace stage expert and a deputy region master of the 5 major regions. They did not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. At the same time, the middle-aged woman's oppressive gaze slowly swept across the crowd and finally stopped at the center of the square, where the 10 arenas were. In the end, she slapped out with her palm. Instantly, the violent aura was like a torrent that covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged into every single arena. It condensed into an enormous circular screen of light in the sky above every single arena. The moment the light screen was formed, the middle-aged woman's equally dignified voice rang out. "Let the Heavenly Genius Tournament begin." Looking at the light screens that formed in an instant, Yen Chutian couldn't suppress his desire. Once upon a time, he also possessed such a powerful strength. Even if he could say that he didn't care, how could he not feel anything from the bottom of his heart? However, Yen Chutian wasn't in a hurry. Returning to the heavenly realm was just around the corner. As long as he could return to the heavenly realm, he could overthrow the deity realm scheme. At that time, in the vast heavenly realm, he would be able to cultivate to the heavenly palace stage again and reach his peak strength. Moreover, to be honest, he had to thank his rebirth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to find Qiuyu. He wouldn't have been able to find the woman that he had let down and was willing to lose her life for him. Back to the main topic, when the middle-aged woman finished speaking, the 5 regions deacons appeared and allowed Yen Chutian and the other geniuses with jade slips to draw a sequence. Yen Chutian had already experienced such a situation. It was the same in the Heavenly Secrets Sex Disciple Tournament. However, compared to back then, the scale was many times larger. A moment later, Yen Chutian drew a sequence number. He raised his hand and looked at the jade slip in his hand. There was an eye-catching number 7 that shone brightly. This made Yen Chutian a little stunned, because the number 7 meant that it was his first time on the stage, and he would be fighting with the 17th chosen. He turned around and saw that the jade talismans in Qiuyu's hands were marked with 3 characters. At the same time, Qiuyu naturally saw the jade talisman array in Yen Chutian's hand. This caused the mysterious and indifferent woman, who had already left a deep impression in everyone's mind, to actually smile faintly. She lightly clenched her jade-like fist towards Yen Chutian and lightly said, "Good luck." Yen Chutian responded with a smile. Feeling the surprised and envious gazes from all around him, he felt extremely satisfied. But perhaps even Yen Chutian didn't know that many of these gazes were filled with envy. However, 2 of them were not envious of Yen Chutian. Not long after, when cracks appeared on the light screens of the 10 arenas, Yen Chutian stepped on the ground and rushed up to the 17th arena that belonged to him. The moment Yen Chutian rushed up to the 17th arena, a figure also flew over and landed on the 17th arena. Looking over, what entered Yen Chutian's line of sight was a skinny figure. On the skinny face of the figure, there was a similarly skinny face of a young man. This young man's face was like Inju back then, extremely pale like a corpse. However, Yen Chutian knew that this pale face wasn't caused by the other party's intention. Instead, it was due to some kind of special spiritual art. However, Inju and Yen Chutian, who came from the Sky Corpse sect, could understand this. However, he didn't understand what kind of spiritual art this Fire Xian region's chosen one had cultivated to be like this. Perhaps it was because of Qiuyu, or perhaps it was because of himself. The 7th arena that Yen Chutian was on immediately attracted the attention of many people. Countless gazes looked over and were fixed on the arena. In the end, their gazes were completely locked onto the 2 people on the arena. That's the disciple of the Heaven's Secret sect, Yen Chu? Although he can't compare to his senior sister, he's still amazing. Even the disciples of the Sacred Heart region were eliminated by him. We didn't know the exact situation back then, but today, we can see how strong he is. In my opinion, how could a disciple of the Heaven's Secrets sect be a match for the Sacred Heart region's chosen one? I don't know what method he used back then, but today is the time for him to reveal his true form. Many voices of discussion rang out densely. Under these discussions, the Fire Xian region's chosen one who was facing Yen Chutian gradually revealed a cold and arrogant smile. His thoughts were the same as some of the spectating cultivators. He believed that the other party only had some tricks up his sleeve to defeat the person from the Sacred Heart region. But facing him today, on this arena, he had no chance at all. Clang! The sound of an ancient bell rang out at the right time. The moment the bell rang, the Fire Xian region's chosen one's cold and arrogant face quickly turned solemn. In the next moment, he suddenly took a step forward. After he took a step forward, a majestic spiritual energy rushed out from the ground of the arena like a dragon. The spiritual energy dragon rushed out with a powerful force. With such power, even a level 7 elixir cultivator would find it difficult to resist. In the eyes of the Fire Xian region's chosen one, even a disciple of the Heaven's Secrets sect would find it difficult to resist. Because he wasn't on the suspended stone platform that day, he naturally didn't know what had happened that day. However, he didn't know that his actions were seen by many top geniuses. Even Zhou Ling was scolding him in his heart for his stupidity and arrogance. Others didn't know, but how could they not know what kind of strength Yan Chutian possessed? Seeing the spiritual energy dragon rushing towards him, Yan Chutian's face was calm. Not to mention, such an attack was nothing in his eyes before, let alone now that he had stepped into the level 6 elixir. Therefore, in the face of such an attack, Yan Chutian didn't even need to react much. He just lightly stepped on the ground when the dragon approached him. Bang! Spiritual energy ripples spread out. The seemingly fragile ripples collided with the spiritual energy dragon and annihilated it, turning it into nothingness. When the Fire Xian region's chosen one saw this scene, his eyelids twitched. The situation in front of him was completely out of his expectations. Compared to him, even Zhou Ling felt that this was extremely normal. This was because Zhou Ling knew that as a fellow chosen one of the Fire Xian region's chosen ones, even Yin Jiu, who was ordered by him that day, couldn't be compared to him. 3 spiritual heavy finger. However, the Fire Xian region's chosen one still seemed to be unaware of this. As he quickly retreated, he once again condensed an attack and rushed towards Yan Chutian. 3 spiritual heavy finger. One after another, violent forces continued to converge. As they intertwined, powerful spiritual energy fluctuations spread out, causing many of the level 8 elixir cultivators to look on solemnly. One had to admit that even if the Fire Xian region's chosen one was arrogant and couldn't even compare to Yin Jiu of the Sky Corp sect, he was still a level 8 elixir cultivator. When he used his powerful spiritual technique, the power was naturally extraordinary. If an ordinary level 6 elixir cultivator encountered him, the result would definitely be a crushing defeat. However, how could Yan Chutian be an ordinary level 6 elixir cultivator? In the face of this attack, Yan Chutian didn't back down. He raised his hand and was about to use his own means. However, at this moment, the uneasiness in his heart emerged again, and it was even stronger than before. It caused him to almost uncontrollably disperse his attack, and layers of spiritual energy light screens appeared. Bang! The 3 spiritual heavy finger blasted down, shattering the layers of spiritual energy light screens that Yan Chutian had condensed, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Under such circumstances, the chosen one of the Fire Xian region couldn't help but laugh proudly. However, as he laughed, he suddenly saw several gray spiritual energy light pillars burst out and ruthlessly hit the Heaven's Secret Sect's chosen one. The remaining light screens were shattered, and the chosen one was in an even more sorry state. Although this scene made him happy, what made him even more puzzled was that he didn't seem to have launched such a follow-up attack. Poof! In the next moment, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. The chosen one of the Fire Xian region felt a pain in his chest and forced himself to lower his head. There was a similar gray light pillar piercing through his chest. After that, the chosen one of the Fire Xian region's chosen one of the Fire Xian region's chosen ones, whose vitality was rapidly dissipating, fell heavily onto the arena. At the same time, similar dark gray light pillars suddenly appeared on the other 9 arenas. Those geniuses who were unable to react in time were turned into corpses under the dark gray light pillars, just like the geniuses from the Fire Xian region. Chapter 354. Perhaps, on a certain arena, a certain genius being pierced and killed by a dark beam of light wouldn't draw the attention of others. After all, life and death were not prohibited in this arena. However, at the same time, many geniuses were pierced through by the dark beam of light and turned into corpses. Even the stupidest person could understand that something had happened. At the edge of the arena, Yan Chutian struggled to his feet. His heart was filled with shock as he looked at the dark beam of light that had torn the arena and the light screen apart. If he had not instantly formed a defense against such an attack, his fate would not have been much better than that genius from the Fire Xian region. His gaze immediately swept across the arena. Yan Chutian had not expected that someone would dare to make a move on such an occasion. At the same time, the deputy region masters of the 5 major regions stepped forward. Majestic power surged and spread across the entire central square. Not only the 5 deputy region masters, but even the upper echelons of the various forces also surged with spiritual energy. Someone had suddenly killed someone under such circumstances. Not only was this a provocation to the 5 major regions, but it was also a provocation to all the forces in the Central Plains. However, the only thing that made them nervous was that someone had been able to silently kill the geniuses in the arena. The person who had done this was at least at the Heaven Mansion stage. A moment later, a figure completely covered in black clothes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The dark aura around the figure in black circulated. Even if it did not condense into a light beam, everyone knew that this was the person who had made the move earlier. The faces of the 5 deputy region masters tightened as they stared at the black-clothed figure. The purple-haired middle-aged man coldly shouted, "You killed our heaven's prides indiscriminately. Don't tell me you think you can disregard the 5 major regions just because of your opinion?" However, no one expected that the purple-haired deputy region master's cold words would be met with an extremely domineering reply. They were just a few ants. So what if I killed them? You are courting death. The beautiful middle-aged deputy region master's face was filled with murderous intent. Just now, on the 10 arenas, 2 geniuses from her region had been killed by the dark beam of light. Now that she heard the other party's domineering words, how could she continue to remain calm? The beautiful middle-aged woman's killing intent pervaded the air as she converged her attacks. Following closely behind her, the others all did the same. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd continuously dispersed, and at the same time, their hearts were greatly calmed. Even if this black-clothed figure was a Heaven's Palace stage elite, facing 5 deputy region masters of the 5 major regions, only death awaited him. However, they still couldn't figure out why the black-robed figure had suddenly killed the heavenly sons of heaven of the Central Plains. Could it be that he was deliberately seeking death by provoking them? Because of this, no one noticed that as the power gathered in his hand, a strange light was flickering in the depths of the eyes of the vice-domain master of the realm of ice Nether. Boom! In the next moment, a violent force erupted. However, no one expected that at this moment there were actually 2 figures that smashed out fiercely. These 2 people were both deputy region masters of the 5 major regions. Behind them, the vice-region master of the Nether Ice region slowly withdrew his palms. The surging power around him gradually subsided as he stood beside the black-robed figure. The sudden turn of events not only shocked the surrounding crowd, but also shocked the other 2 deputy region masters of the 5 major regions. "Sun Yun, what are you doing? You?" However, Sun Yun didn't say a word in response to their questions. He just stood quietly behind the black-robed figure like a loyal servant. This scene didn't need to be said at all. It was enough to let everyone know what was going on. "Sun Yun, you actually sided with this person." The purple-haired man was still in disbelief. Even though he had said the answer in his heart, he still couldn't understand the purpose of Sun Yun's actions. Even if the other party was from a hidden force outside the Central Plains, so what if he had sided with such an unknown person? How could he compare with so many forces in the Central Plains? However, the purple-haired man knew Sun Yun's character too well. This person was cunning and would never fight a battle he wasn't confident in winning. Otherwise, even with his elder brother, he wouldn't have been able to become the deputy region master of the Nether Ice region. Therefore, almost instantly, he took out a spiritual talisman and crushed it. However, what was even more incomprehensible was that both Sun Yun and the black-robed figure in front of him remained motionless as they watched this scene. However, the purple-haired man couldn't care less. The spiritual talisman he crushed was given to him by the region master. As long as he crushed it, the region master would arrive as soon as possible. As expected, when the spiritual talisman was crushed, an inexplicable force dissipated between heaven and earth. After a short moment, an extremely enormous power surged and appeared in the sky above the square. In the next moment, no one made a move. There was only a vast force descending from the sky as if it was going to destroy the world. However, Sun Yun still remained motionless in the face of such a powerful force. The black-robed figure beside him slowly raised his hand. As he raised his fair hand, the dark aura began to circulate and slowly condensed into a dark halo above his and Sun Yun's heads. The dark halo rotated slowly. The vast force poured out crazily, but it couldn't move an inch in front of the halo. The halo rotated slowly, as if Hauhan's force couldn't cause any damage to it. At the same time, the disdainful sneer from before finally rang out once again. "You're merely at the 3rd level of the Heaven Mansion realm." Boom! Boom! In front of the black light wheel, the vast power was completely annihilated, and when the power was exhausted, a figure finally descended to the ground. The figure that appeared had a powerful aura around him. Even without any movement, the mighty force that flowed out was enough to make a Yuanying realm expert tremble. However, at that moment, his complexion was extremely unsightly. Not only was his attack easily blocked, his cultivation was also casually mentioned. "Who are you?" He stared at the black-robed figure and even ignored Sun Yun. However, the black-clothed figure did not reply. Instead, a disdainful smile slowly appeared on the black-clothed figure's face. "Since you're all here, then come out." The black-robed figure's words made the descending figure's expression change slightly. However, before he could speak, a dark beam of light shot out toward the surrounding area. Seeing the light beam that was so powerful that it could easily kill a top genius, the surrounding crowd didn't dare to stay for a moment. They quickly retreated. Even so, the dark beam of light was too fast. It appeared in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye. However, just as the light beam was about to touch the crowd, a huge light screen appeared. Under the protection of the light screen, the dark beam of light was eventually melted, despite its terrifying power. Along with the emergence of the light screen, 3 figures slowly descended. They were the territorial lords of the other 3 territories, with the exception of the Ice Nether Territorial Lord. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else. Their eyes were fixed on the black-robed figure. This was because they could feel a strong sense of danger from the black-robed figure. They were afraid that his cultivation base was at least at the 4th level of the Heaven Mansion realm. With such a cultivation base, he was an unprecedented enemy. However, they couldn't figure out where this enemy came from. As far as they could remember, there were some huge hidden forces outside the Central Plains. However, no matter how powerful those forces were, they couldn't possibly have someone with such a cultivation base. "Who are you and where are you from?" However, the black-robed figure still didn't answer the questions of the 4 top experts of the Central Plains. At this moment, the dark aura around him suddenly surged rapidly. After a long time, he sneered with the same disdainful tone. "Since all the ants are here, it's time to start." As soon as he finished speaking, a black flag fluttered in the wind amidst the dark aura. At the same time, the crowd was astonished to discover that numerous black-clothed figures had appeared around the square at some point in time, and a black flag was floating above their heads. Looking at this sudden scene, the uneasiness in Yan Chutian's heart grew to the extreme. Even if he couldn't believe it, he knew that these black-robed figures were the minions of the God realm. Chapter 355. The atmosphere of the large square in the Central Plains city was stirred to the extreme as one powerful person after another appeared, which was difficult for ordinary people to imagine. But what was even more unbelievable was that these people, who could shake the Central Plains with a stomp of their feet, still made the black figure feel no fear. Instead, as he made his move, many black-robed figures appeared around the square at the same time under his command. This scene caused the crowd to faintly feel uneasy. Seeing this scene, Yan Chutian's heart sank. He originally thought that the claws of the God domain had not made a move because they were still silent. But it turned out that this silence was for today's big explosion. When those black flags appeared, he almost subconsciously predicted something. As a former half-king of the God domain, how could he not know the intentions of these claws of the God domain? Great sky sealing spiritual formation. At the same time, the black-clothed figure's cold voice once again sounded. Following his words, the black flags above the heads of every black-clothed figure began to circulate under his control. As they connected with each other, they gathered into a majestic giant formation that covered the entire central square. Even if this situation was as he had expected, Yan Chutian was not happy at all. He was too familiar with this great sky-sealing spiritual formation. The circulation of the formation was enough to seal off a part of the world. If the person controlling the flag was powerful enough, even the space within the formation could be sealed, making it impossible for anyone to escape. The situation before their eyes meant that all of them were sealed within the great heaven-sealing spiritual array. Unless they broke the formation, there was nowhere to escape. The sudden change made the crowd go into an uproar. They wanted to immediately escape from this formation. However, when these people touched the walls of the formation, even the spiritual energy shields on their bodies were useless. Their bodies immediately exploded, turning into bloody mist. Bang, bang, bang! It was not just one or two cultivators that exploded. Not to mention the spirit transformation realm, even the elixir realm was not spared. Any defense was useless. As long as they touched the walls of the formation, they could only wait for the fate of exploding and dying. What is this? How can this be? How can this formation be so terrifying? Domain lords, please save me. Seeing such a scene, how could these cultivators still dare to casually flee? Not only did they not dare to try to flee, they even immediately distanced themselves from the walls of the great formation and approached the four area masters. Helpless, Yan Chutian also hurriedly retreated away from the great heaven-sealing spiritual formation. The current situation was already out of his control. Beside Yan Chutian, Chiao Yu had a solemn expression on her face, but when she looked at the black-clothed figures, she was also helpless. If she had her full cultivation, not to mention the 4th level of Heaven Palace realm, even if she was at the 9th level, she wouldn't be a match for him. But now, the 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm was like a huge mountain, not to mention that there was still the great sky-sealing spirit formation behind it. At this moment, the only thing that made the two of them somewhat happy was that there were 5 domain lords and 4 domain lords inside the great heaven-sealing spirit formation. With them, at least they wouldn't be like fish on a chopping board. Moreover, they would be able to put up a decent amount of resistance. At the same time, even if the 4 domain lords didn't know what kind of formation it was, it didn't stop them from knowing what kind of power it had. This made these peak figures, who had always held high positions and lived in seclusion, have ugly expressions on their faces. They never thought that there would be a day when they would be trapped in a great formation by someone else. Moreover, they also knew that for such a huge formation to appear, it must have been set up long ago. If it wasn't for the Nether Ice territory, how could it have been set up long ago? Sun Yun, you actually dare to help this person set up this great formation. If your brother Sun Tian comes out of seclusion, how are you going to explain it? One of the deputy domain lords couldn't help but shout. However, Sun Yun appeared very calm in the face of his words. He then looked at the 4 domain lords and said with a strange smile, I think the 4 of you should know very well how I'm going to explain it, right? As his voice fell, the 4 domain lords' expressions turned even uglier. One of the domain lords even turned to look at the black-clothed figure and said through gritted teeth, Sir, you've really calculated well. First, you killed Sun Tian and took control of the Nether Ice territory. Then, you used this puppet to set up this great formation. Don't tell me you want to wipe out all the top forces in the Central Plains today? The Domain Lord was able to say such words because he couldn't sense Sun Tian's aura at all. There was only one possibility in this situation. Either they were too far away, or the owner of this aura had already died. Furthermore, with Sun Yun's words earlier, how could the Domain Master not feel that Sun Tian had already died? Haha! It's not too late for you to know. Before the Domain Lord could finish speaking, the black-clothed figure spoke again. His domineering words made it seem as though it would be easy for him to wipe out all the top cultivators in the Central Plains. Naturally, no one could accept such a situation. Another domain leader stood out and coldly shouted, Dream on! Even with this great formation, the 4 of us together with so many cultivators are not something you can wipe out. Oh, is that so? The black-clothed figure smiled coldly. Then, he gently waved his hand. Instantly, several figures appeared around him. These people were different from the ones with the black flags floating above their heads. Even though they were also dressed in black, their auras were much more powerful. Every one of them had reached the Heaven Palace realm. Even so, the black-clothed figure didn't stop moving. He gently blew a whistle. Along with the whistle, earth-shaking noises constantly sounded from all over the Central Plains city. In just a moment, all kinds of giant beasts appeared from the streets and alleys, from the top of the huge buildings, and even from the depths of the earth. Without exception, these ferocious giant beasts all had a pair of purple eyes. Purple-eyed beast puppets. With just a glance, Yen Chutian recognized the identity of these giant beasts. This caused his expression to become extremely ugly. Such a large number of purple-eyed beast puppets was enough to cause a great disaster. It was also enough to overturn the entire Central Plains city. Seeing this scene, not to mention the prodigies, even the upper echelons of many forces turned pale. They could feel the powerful aura of such a large number of giant beasts. Even if the cultivation of these giant beasts wasn't that shocking, with such a large number, it was enough to devour human cultivators who were several times stronger than them. What are these? Why are there so many spirit beasts? Is today the end of the world? The crowd was terrified. This scene was too terrifying. Moreover, in such a situation, even the 4 domain lords couldn't do anything. How could they not be terrified? At this moment, the expressions of the 4 rulers of the 5 regions turned extremely ugly. Not to mention the appearance of several Heaven Palace realm elites, just the countless spirit beasts were an unimaginable nightmare. Perhaps they could survive the attack of such a beast tide, but most people, even if they were Yuanying realm elites, were uncertain whether they would survive. Haha, how does the end of the world taste? At the same time, the black-clothed figure's voice was filled with ridicule. It was so ear-piercing to the ears of the crowd. However, no matter how ear-piercing it was, no one could argue because in such a situation, their lives were in the hands of a single thought. Hence, there was finally a certain region master who found it difficult to remain arrogant. With an ugly expression, he tried his best to lower his voice and slowly said, "What exactly do you want? If you want to dominate the Central Plains, you have already achieved your goal. However, this domain lord didn't expect that before he finished speaking, the black-clothed figure's mocking words would immediately ring out. Goal? What goal can I have? You are just food for the resurrection of the ancient corpse beast. What? Although they didn't know what kind of ferocious beast the ancient corpse beasts were, the word food was enough to shock and anger people. What kind of humiliation was it to be regarded as food by others? At the same time, Yan Chutian's face was also filled with understanding. Sure enough, the actions of the domain of the gods were to turn the large number of cultivators here into food for the ancient corpse beast. This was because compared to the flesh and blood of ordinary mortals, the flesh and blood of cultivators were undoubtedly more effective. The genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 356. Such a situation made Yan Chutian's expression turn solemn. Because of such a situation, it was also difficult for him to escape. In other words, if he could not destroy the conspiracy of these minions of the domain of the gods today, even he and Xiao Yu would not be able to escape death. At the same time, looking at the black-robed figure who had so easily spat out the words blood food, the 4 domain lords of the 5 great territories had ugly expressions. There was an indescribable feeling of humiliation. The other party had made it clear that he did not take them seriously at all and wanted to force them into a dead end. As the domain lords of the 5 great territories, they naturally had their own pride. After hearing such words, they would not bow and bend their knees. Immediately, their expressions turned cold as they launched their own powerful attack. A nascent soul stage cultivator possessed an extremely terrifying aura, while a Heavenly Palace stage cultivator also possessed a unique Heavenly Palace power. When one stepped into the Yuanying realm, the elixir would break out of its cocoon and transform into a human form. This was the Yuanying realm. When a Yuanying realm cultivator stepped into the Tianfu realm, it was the Yuanying little person who opened up the Tianfu realm in the Dantian. Then, in this Tianfu realm, the unique and overbearing Tianfu power would be nourished. Just like how the Qi dynamic power was terrifying to cultivators below the Yuanying realm, the Tianfu power had an extremely terrifying destructive power to living beings below the Tianfu realm. The Fire Xian domain lord activated the Tianfu power. A vast and mighty force surged and gathered above his head, finally condensing into a spiritual mountain. This spiritual mountain looked simple, but when the powerful fluctuations spread out, even a peak Yuanying realm cultivator would find it difficult to resist. Above the Sacred Heart Domain Lord, a radiant light sword gradually appeared. The sword was simple and unadorned, but the aura that spread out was equally terrifying. Not only the 2 of them, but the other 2 domain lords also quickly condensed their own powerful attacks. Then, when the power was condensed to the peak, it completely exploded. Boom! Suddenly, 4 powerful forces soared into the sky. The unprecedentedly turbulent and violent forces raged as they continuously attacked the black-robed figure. With such a powerful attack, not to mention the black-clothed figure who was enveloped by the attack, even the upper echelons of the various forces in the surroundings felt the pressure and their breathing became sluggish. But the more it was like this, the less worried they were. Instead, they were pleasantly surprised. With such an attack, the black-clothed figure should be extremely powerful, but he shouldn't be able to easily block it, right? However, reality was always cruel. The combined attack of 4 domain lords was indeed unprecedentedly powerful. However, when this intertwined turbulent energy rushed forward and was about to touch the black-clothed figure, what it got was a disdainful snort. The moment the cold snort rang out, the large hand hidden under the black robe waved. Immediately, a dark aura gathered from the surroundings and gathered in front of its body. The grayish dark force slowly surged and the gathered light curtain was thin. However, no matter how the surging force attacked this thin light curtain, it was unable to tear it apart. Such a scene not only caused the expressions of the surrounding crowd to change drastically, but also caused the faces of the four domain lords to tighten. Without truly coming into contact with it, they simply couldn't imagine that the other party would be able to mobilize such a terrifying force under the cover of this great array. Otherwise, even if he was at the fourth level of the Heaven Palace stage, one level higher than the four of them, it would be impossible for him to block their attacks so easily. But no matter how shocked they were, this was the truth, and it truly happened in front of their eyes. And within this great array, they couldn't even attack the other party, so how could they defend against the beast tide that was about to attack? As expected, since the attack had already been launched, the black-clothed figure gently waved his hand. With a lift of his hand, a round of purple seals slowly formed. The moment the seals appeared, the huge bodies of the purple-eyed beasts that appeared trembled. Then, low roars continuously rang out from all directions. Looking at this scene, the crowd, including the four domain lords, had extremely ugly expressions. But at this moment, Yan Chutian's eyes faintly moved and a rare trace of surprise flickered in them. Because the situation was indeed not out of his expectations. In the God domain, the fourth level of the Heaven Palace stage could only achieve the rank of general, which was still a distance away from the rank of half-king. Therefore, the black-clothed figure was able to activate the seals of the purple-eyed beasts, which was a general seal. But he was able to activate the purple-eyed beasts with his half-king seal, which was a huge advantage. Therefore, even if his cultivation was currently weak, Yan Chutian still had the thought of snatching control of the purple-eyed beasts from the black-clothed figure. Failure would only result in death, but if he succeeded, even if he didn't completely reverse the situation, he would still be able to restore balance to the current situation. But to achieve this possibility, Yan Chutian still had to first explain to Qiu, because he needed Qiu's spiritual energy to assist him. But when Yan Chutian explained the situation to Qiu didn't agree. A strong sense of hesitation appeared on her beautiful face. Of course, she wasn't reluctant to part with her spiritual energy, but she was worried that Yan Chutian's actions would attract the attention of the God Domain's minions and put him in danger. At this moment, Qiu wasn't worried about herself. She had shown her true appearance, but those minions of the God Domain didn't know her at all. Obviously, when she became famous in the Heaven Realm, these people had already entered the mortal world, so they knew nothing about the Heaven Realm. But this also explained a problem, which was that the God Domain had already started the resurrection of the ancient corpse beast. She didn't know whether the resurrection of the ancient corpse beasts had succeeded after so much time had passed, or to what extent had it been carried out. But after hesitating for a moment, Qiu finally nodded and agreed to Yan Chutian's request, because she had already made up her mind. If Yan Chutian was in danger, she wouldn't hesitate to use power that was beyond what this body could bear. Maybe this was unfair to Mu Wan, but this matter concerned Yan Chutian, and it was an urgent situation, so Qiu couldn't care less. So, in the next moment, when the restless purple-eyed beast puppets rushed towards the people in the square, there were two figures who took the initiative to rush towards the army of spirit beasts. The remaining cultivators and the higher-ups of the forces couldn't understand this. They couldn't imagine what the two of them were planning to do. With such a violent army of spirit beasts, even if a Yuanying elite encountered it, it was hard to say whether they would survive. Two Elixir Realm cultivators took the initiative to meet it. Other than seeking death, what else could it be? Zhou Ling looked at this scene and secretly shook his head. In his opinion, Yan Chutian and Qiu were simply seeking death. He wasn't the only one. Many of the other geniuses had the same thought. At this moment, only Yan Ningzhu knew more. She knew that Yan Chutian wouldn't do something that would send him to his death. The spirit beast army had arrived, but the black-robed figure did not even bother to look at the commotion. He only had eyes for the group of Heaven Palace realm cultivators in front of him. He believed that under the army of purple-eyed beast puppets, the cultivators in the formation would only end up as corpses and broken limbs. Therefore, as long as he killed these Heaven Palace realm cultivators, there wouldn't be any more problems. Behind the black-clothed figure, Sun Yun, the vice-domain master of the Nether Ice Realm, was coldly looking at the people in the formation, who were like ants. At this moment, he suddenly felt very lucky that he had made the choice back then. Otherwise, he would have died here, and his Nether Ice Realm could only slowly decline in the future. However, he had made the right choice. Therefore, while the other forces would continue to decline, his Nether Ice Realm would become stronger. Even if he had to pay the price of becoming a dog, it was worth it. Haha, today I will die here in peace. In the future, if you obediently offer up your blood, you may still be able to survive. If you can't, then all of you will die. The black-clothed figure sneered. Then, he slowly raised his hand again. As he raised his hand, the gloomy aura between heaven and earth gathered again, exuding a terrifying power. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed something and stopped his palm abruptly. Then, he turned his gaze back and saw that the purple seal was slowly showing signs of tearing. This situation clearly meant that someone was fighting for the right to control the purple-eyed beast puppets. However, how could this be possible? The purple-eyed beast puppets were unique to his god domain. Apart from the people of his god domain, who else could fight for the right to control them? Just like the black-clothed figure, the other Heaven Palace realm cultivators beside him also sensed the situation. Therefore, they scanned the surroundings and finally focused on two figures. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 357. Many of the black-clothed Heaven Palace stage experts looked around and finally focused their attention on two figures. When they saw these two figures, they were filled with astonishment. They could clearly sense that the source of the seal's power was from two people who were only at the elixir stage. How could such weak people compete with their senior brother for control of the purple-eyed beast centipede? Moreover, with such a cultivation level, it was impossible for them to gain any status in the deity plane, so it was impossible for them to know how to control the seal. However, that was the truth. The power of the seal that spread out caused the originally charging beast horde to gradually come to a halt. Furthermore, the purple-colored general seals behind them were emitting a tearing sensation non-stop. If the general seal was really torn apart, it meant that they would completely lose control of the purple-eyed beast centipede. You're courting death. The black-clothed figure's eyes were cold as he looked at Yen Chutian and Xiaoyu. He didn't care how the two of them knew how to control the seal, but they were courting death by trying to take control of the purple-eyed beast centipede from him. As he thought about it, he activated the seal's power again. The dense purple gas continued to rush into the imprint, quickly solidifying it. Then, he looked at Yen Chutian and Xiaoyu with a mocking gaze. Now that he had activated the seal's power, the two of them should be swallowed by the backlash and die. As expected, Yen Chutian spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. In fact, when the black-clothed figure fully activated the seal's power, Yen Chutian did suffer a backlash. After all, he was at the 4th level of the Heaven Palace stage, and Yen Chutian's cultivation level was really like an ant to him. Fortunately, his seal was a half-ruler's seal. Otherwise, even if it was a commander's seal, he wouldn't just spit out a mouthful of blood. However, it was also because of this that Yen Chutian and Xiaoyu looked at each other. Then, under the former's control, their spiritual energy flowed into the half-ruler's seal. Under the agitation of the turbulent energy, the half-king's seal finally had the will to control as it spread towards the surroundings. This caused the mocking expression on the black-clothed figure's face to gradually freeze. Then, an ugly expression appeared on his face. He couldn't imagine how the two of them were still alive. With such a cultivation level, how could he survive the backlash and even fight again? Damn it! What seal is he activating? On the other hand, not only the crowd of Sky Prides, but also the upper echelons of the major forces, and even the dominators of the 5 Protectorate looked at them in shock. They couldn't imagine that the 2 little grasshoppers in their eyes, who could at most be said to be favored by the heavens, were actually able to stop the attack of the beast horde with their weak cultivation. How is this possible? Zhou Ling cried out in shock. He looked at the 2 people in front of the beast tide in disbelief. He admitted that Qiu Yu's strength was astonishing and Yan Chutian also had the qualifications to fight with him. But in the end, it wasn't impossible. However, the 2 of them could stop such a violent beast tide. What right did he have to fight with them? Zhou Ling wasn't the only Sky Pride who was shocked. Unlike the Sky Prides, the Kaitian Dominator immediately realized the opportunity to turn the situation around today. Even though he didn't know how the 2 weak fellows could fight with the black-clothed figure in the 4th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, he immediately gave the order. All Heaven Mansion stage cultivators from the Kaitian Dominator, protect the 2 elixir cultivators. Immediately after, the other 3 Protectorate Lords gave the order one after another. The remaining Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses from the 4 Protectorate regions immediately rushed to Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu's sides to protect them. When he saw this scene, an extremely ugly face was finally revealed from under the black clothes of the originally calm, overbearing and arrogant black-clothed figure. He did not expect that the plan that he had been planning for a long time and had been carrying out with irresistible force would actually be stopped by 2 ants. "Kill those 2 ants for me." In the next moment, his cold voice suddenly rang out. Following his shout, several Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses beside him rushed out and went straight for Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. However, several Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses from the 4 Protectorate regions had already received orders to protect Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. Therefore, how could they easily kill the 2 of them? Perhaps in a fierce battle, the Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses of the mortal world couldn't be compared to the Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses of the God Domain. After all, the Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses of the God Domain were able to cultivate a certain level of spirit art based on their birth. However, the Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses guarding Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu were extremely flexible. They were only protecting the 2 of them. Under layers of spirit energy shields, no matter how the other party attacked, they wouldn't retaliate. This way of fighting naturally caused the situation to be in a stalemate for a while. The more it was like this, the more advantageous it was for Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu. This also caused the black-clothed figure's face to turn uglier and uglier. This was because he could clearly sense that his general seal was crumbling inch by inch. Even if his cultivation was much stronger than those 2 ants, he couldn't stop this situation. This made him realize that the seal that the other party had activated had reached the level of a commander seal or even a half-ruler seal. Although he was still shocked that the other party could use the seal that was unique to the purple-eyed beast centipede, compared to that, it was more urgent to kill the other party as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the control of the beast horde was taken away, the great situation today would be overturned by almost half. There was no need for him to say anything. The black-clothed Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses knew how terrible the situation was. However, no matter how they attacked, the Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses of the 4 regions were still defending. Even if they had to exhaust their energy, they didn't give the other party any chance to take advantage of them. This situation continued for more than a quarter of an hour before a clear cracking sound was heard from the purple general seal behind the black-clothed figure. Looking over, there was a crack on the general seal. It probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Such a situation naturally caused the 4 region lords to be pleasantly surprised. They then looked at Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu, who were protected by so many Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses, with unconcealed shock in their eyes. They never would have thought that the doomsday-like situation today would be reversed by those 2 weak cultivators. As long as they could disperse the beast horde, the situation would be much better than before. Even with such a grand array and several Heaven's Palace realm cultivators, the 4 major regions still had the power to resist. However, they also clearly felt that the black-clothed figure, who had an ugly expression, gradually turned gloomy. The moment the purple general seal cracked, he suddenly lifted his gaze. When he raised his hand, the dark aura between heaven and earth rapidly gathered like a tornado. A terrifying aura crazily spread. Even the Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses were terrified. Even so, the black-clothed figure still didn't give up. As he opened his mouth and whistled, a blood arrow shot into the dark tornado, causing a scarlet color to appear in the dark tornado. As a result, an even more terrifying aura spread out. Even the 4 region lords, who were directly facing it, had grave expressions. Die! In the next instant, the black-clothed figure roared, and the huge tornado charged toward the 4 of them. If it was possible, even the 4 of them wouldn't be willing to resist such an attack. They only wanted to escape. However, they couldn't escape, and they couldn't escape. Therefore, without hesitation, the 4 of them also charged with majestic power. The Heaven Mansion stage power surged into the sky, and the momentum was shocking. However, when the 2 forces collided, the 4 region lords didn't feel the terrifying momentum of the attack. This made them puzzled at first, but the quick-witted people quickly thought of something and secretly shouted, "Oh no!" The 4 of them suddenly looked over and saw a blood arrow shooting out from the tornado. It went straight for Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu, who were protected by several Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses. Swoosh! Between heaven and earth, the blood light was extremely fast. It was as if even the space in front of it had disappeared. Almost the instant it burst out, it directly appeared in front of Yan Chutian, right between his eyebrows. With such speed, even the spiritual energy shield formed by the Heaven Mansion stage powerhouses protecting the 2 of them couldn't stop it. In an instant, Yan Chutian felt the threat of death. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 358. The blood-red light was like lightning. In an instant, it penetrated all the defenses and appeared in front of Yan Chutian's forehead. In an instant, Yan Chutian felt a fatal threat. In fact, when Yan Chutian decided to use the half-sovereign mark to fight for the control of the purple-eyed beast centipede, he had already expected the situation in front of him. However, he had no choice. Otherwise, under the impact of the beast tide, the many cultivators in the central square could only turn into ice-cold corpses. And because he had already expected this, when the blood-red light appeared, a huge lotus slowly appeared outside of Yan Chutian's body. Great Zhou's heart-protecting lotus. However, this array, which used to have amazing defensive power, did not have much resistance in front of the blood-red light. In almost a few breaths, the array was forcefully torn apart. The blood-red light continued to explode, heading straight for Yan Chutian's forehead. However, just as it was about to touch Yan Chutian, another array shield slowly formed in front of his body. However, with the previous example of the Great Lotus Formation, even if this formation shield was formed, it made people feel that it would not have any effect at all. This array shield would definitely be torn apart immediately. Crack, crack! In the next moment, the blood-red light attacked, and as expected, there was an ear-piercing tearing sound. Looking at the array shield, cracks quickly spread all over the array shield. However, what was surprising was that the blood-red light was unable to advance any further in front of the shield formation. It was forcibly stopped. This scene shocked not only the Heaven's Prides, but also the upper echelons of the major forces. Perhaps this blood-red light, which had penetrated the layers of barriers and appeared in front of Yan Chutian, no longer had such terrifying power. However, even so, an elixir realm cultivator would definitely not be able to block it. Even a Yuanying realm cultivator would be seriously injured if they were not careful. But now, it was blocked by an array shield. Behind the formation shield, Yan Chutian's entire body's power was crazily mobilized. The array formation shield in front of him was indeed not simple. This array formation was something he had studied from the Great Spirit Human Supremacy Array Formation Inheritance. What kind of person was Tai Ling Renzun? He was one of the few people who had reached the pinnacle of the array Tao in the entire heaven realm for countless years. Therefore, even though Yan Chutian had only comprehended a corner of the array formation inheritance he had left behind, it was still extremely powerful. However, no matter how strong the formation was, it still needed the support of one's own strength. And in order to support this, Yan Chutian had to expend a lot of energy. Even the current Yan Chutian would not be able to sustain such a consumption of energy. If he did not have Chiu Yu by his side, he would have been exhausted long ago. However, the higher the price, the more exciting the result would be. It could be said that he had used up all his strength to resist. Finally, before the formation shield was completely shattered, the wisp of blood-red light also gradually dissipated. Such a scene surprised the four domain lords. It also made them extremely vigilant as they watched the black-robed figure's movements closely. If they let him succeed once, they would not let him succeed a second time. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost today because of them. Kill! The Fire Xian domain lord shouted, and immediately took the initiative to attack. Dazzling flames soared into the sky from his palms and transformed into a three-headed golden crow that went straight for the black-robed figure. At the same time, the heaven-splitting domain lord also roared angrily. The heaven palace power in his body crazily overflowed. Wisps of seemingly thin power could erupt with extremely shocking fluctuations. Heaven-splitting divine seal. In the Sacred Heart domain, the Great Spirit Domain Lord was not to be outdone. He used his powerful techniques one after another. Even though he knew that he could not kill his opponent, he did not hesitate. Being enveloped by so many attacks, even if he could use the formation, the black-robed figure's expression became extremely ugly. Because even if he could use the formation, he could not let his guard down in the face of the siege of four people at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. After all, he had just stepped into the fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm. More importantly, it was basically impossible for him to make a move in such a situation. Since he was unable to make a move, wouldn't he only be able to watch as that Yuan Dan stage ant snatched the purple-eyed beast centipede's controller from his hands? Damn it! The black-robed figure gritted his teeth. At this moment, in his eyes, Yan Chutian was so hateful that he could not wait to tear him into pieces. He would never have thought that his flawless plan would turn out like this because of an insignificant ant. However, no matter how much he gritted his teeth, his general seal was still shattering little by little. Finally, at a certain moment, several cracks on the general seal connected, and it was completely shattered. However, the black-robed figure was also decisive. The moment his general seal shattered, he immediately detonated the control of the purple-eyed beast puppet. Since he could no longer control the beast tide, he naturally could not let the control fall into the hands of his opponent. Yan Chutian could do nothing when the control was detonated. He was too weak now. If his cultivation was enough, even if the black-robed figure detonated the half-ruler's seal, he could still continue to control the beast tide with the half-ruler's seal. But now, as the control was detonated, all the purple-eyed beast puppets died. The purple light in their eyes quickly dissipated and turned into empty shells without consciousness. Since they had been refined into purple-eyed beast puppets, these spiritual beasts had lost their lives. If no one was controlling them, they would be like stone statues. If the control was detonated, they would completely lose their lives. Not to mention the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure and the other black-robed Heaven Palace realm experts all had cold expressions on their faces. They could not wait to crush Yan Chutian to death. None of them had expected that such a great opportunity to turn so many of the top practitioners of the mortal world into food would be ruined by a mere Yuan Dan stage practitioner. If they had known earlier, they would have taken the opportunity and manpower to eliminate this ant even if they had to expose themselves. At the same time, looking at Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu, the top geniuses of the Central Plains, such as Zhou Ling, had extremely complicated expressions. At this moment, he couldn't even muster the slightest intention to fight back. He even felt that his previous contempt was a complete joke. Today, the black-robed figure had turned the tide and saved all the Central Plains cultivators. Compared to him, he could only hide in the crowd like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What was there to compare? Formation, rise. The black-robed figure's eyes were blood-red. Even if there were no purple-eyed beast puppets, he would still capture everyone here today and not let them escape. Especially that ant. He actually dared to spoil his plans. He would definitely make him suffer so much that he would wish he was dead. But even if he was unwilling to admit it, the fact was that it was extremely difficult to kill all the Central Plains cultivators with the Great Sky Sealing spiritual formation. At the same time, Yan Chutian struggled to get up. The mysterious yang condensation qi in his body was madly circulating, constantly recovering his strength. He was in such a sorry state that if it were not for Qiu Yu's support, he might not even be able to stand up. But now, not a single one of the Heavenly Palace stage experts who were still guarding him would look at him as if he was an ant. He had turned the dangerous situation around with his own strength. Even if he did not rely on his own strength, it was enough to shock everyone. Moreover, they could imagine that if he was allowed to grow, he would definitely reach an unimaginable level. Perhaps one day, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great region lords. Behind the black-robed figure, Sun Yun's eyes were pale, and there was no longer any trace of joy on his old face. This was because the situation had completely exceeded his expectations. If the many cultivators in the central square had not been turned into food, he would have been regarded as a traitor of the Central Plains. Heaven and earth would not tolerate him. In that case, even if he tried his best to distance himself from the Nether Ice Realm, the Nether Ice Realm would not be able to survive because of him. At the very least, it would not be able to recover from the setback and maintain its position as one of the 5 overlord. But now, he could see some clues. Even if he acted as if he did not care about the elders and disciples of the Nether Ice Realm in the central square, they were still being ostracized. If they made the slightest move, they would be killed immediately. Therefore, at this moment, Sun Yun's heart was filled with regret. But even if he regretted, he did not regret yielding that day. He regretted that he did not kill Yan Chutian. Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 359. However, no matter how regretful he was, there was no turning back. If he failed today, he would definitely die. Boom, boom, boom. The intense bombardment was still going on everywhere. At this time, the central square of Zhongyuan City was already full of holes and was in ruins. As far as the eye could see, the cratered ground was filled with raging spirit energy. In the midst of the raging spirit energy, there was even the power of the heavenly abode, which was enough to make primal core and nascent soul masters fear. However, such a situation finally gave the upper echelons of many forces and ordinary cultivators hope. They could clearly see that even the great formation that covered the entire central square was still enough to trap them, and even be used by the other side to launch an attack. However, as time passed, the power of the formation was still dissipating little by little. There was no need to wait for the power of the formation to be exhausted. Even if only half of the power of the formation was exhausted, the situation would be completely reversed. If they could understand this point, then the masters of the 4 territories who were fighting endlessly naturally understood it even more. Therefore, as they fought, the power of Tianfu surging in their bodies became even more frenzied. Under the frenzied bombardment, the power of the entire great formation was quickly dissipated. Yan Chutian sensed the situation around him. Although the situation was getting better and better, he could not relax in the slightest. This was because he knew that these minions of the domain of the gods would definitely not watch him fail. Before they failed, there would definitely be a final frenzy. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, a sinister expression appeared on the twisted face of the black-clothed figure of the master of the god domain's claws. In the next moment, he shouted angrily, "Blood sacrifice!" As the angry shout fell, a black jar appeared in the hands of every black-clothed figure that surrounded the entire central square. As the black jar was opened, a strong smell of blood immediately spread out. Then, scarlet blood pillars rushed out from the black jar and continuously merged into the black flag that was suspended above their heads. At the same time, the black-clothed figure waved his hand. Under the black flag in front of him, 3 huge black jars appeared. Today, even if I have to exhaust the accumulation of blood over the years, I will definitely turn you ants into blood. Boom! The 3 enormous pillars of blood shot straight up and endlessly rushed into the main flag. It even caused the originally pitch-black main flag to have a dense blood-red color. Not good. Seeing this, Kai Tian Domain Lord immediately cried out in alarm. This was because as the blood pillars continued to merge, forget about them, even everyone in the central square was able to sense just what kind of shocking change was happening to the large formation above their heads. The blood-colored aura continued to surge. As it intertwined with the gloomy aura, a blood net that originated from his body slowly gathered. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air, bringing not only great pressure to everyone, but also fear. Seeing this, Yan Chutian's face couldn't help but sink. Sure enough, things didn't go beyond his expectations. These crazy minions of the realm of the gods actually sacrificed the flesh and blood energy they had accumulated over the years into the great heaven-sealing spirit array. In this way, the great heaven-sealing spirit formation would reach an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Boom boom! Black clouds churned in the sky and blood-red lightning flashed. In an instant, several scarlet light pillars descended from the sky and charged into the sea of people below. In the face of such a situation, even the masters of the 4 regions were unable to guard against it. As the blood pillar descended, it silently took away the lives of dozens of people in the blink of an eye. It should be known that among the dozens of people, there were 2 Yuanying realm powerhouses. Such a frightening scene immediately caused the crowd to panic again. Dozens of people, including 2 Yuanying realm powerhouses, were killed without any resistance. How could the crowd not be terrified? If such a blood pillar descended on their heads, wouldn't it mean that they would also die without a doubt? Kakik, such a situation caused the black-clothed figure to reveal a sinister smile. On the other hand, the faces of the masters of the 4 regions turned ugly again. Who would have thought that the originally favorable situation would be overturned once again? Under such circumstances, they could only attack more violently, hoping to stop the other party from controlling the large formation. Even so, the blood pillars continued to descend from the sky, taking the lives of many cultivators time and time again. Under such constant control, the black-clothed figure naturally didn't neglect Yan Chutian. If it weren't for this weak ant, why would he waste the flesh power he had accumulated for so many years? When his cold gaze locked onto Yan Chutian from afar, the latter felt that something was wrong. In the face of such a situation, there was no way for him to escape. If he escaped from the protection of several Heaven Palace realm powerhouses, he would die even faster. With a grave expression, Yan Chutian could only use all his skills once again. Mystic Yang Qi Condensation, 3rd grade Mystic Yang Body, and even the 4 spiritual marks were all activated. This time, Yan Chutian didn't hold back at all as he activated all his strength. Naturally, the true dragon mark was completely displayed in front of everyone's eyes. As they looked at the vivid and lifelike true dragon tattoo, everyone who saw it was filled with shock. Even the expressions of the 4 domain masters, as well as the domain master of the deity domain's claws and teeth, changed greatly. The stronger their cultivation, the more they knew how difficult it was to condense the true dragon mark. The true dragon mark was a taboo, but they knew that it wasn't that this kind of dragon mark couldn't be condensed, but that during the condensing process, an inexplicable strange force would emerge, causing the spiritual mark to collapse and the cultivator to be seriously injured. But now, a living true dragon mark condenser had appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Especially the black-clothed figure. He knew that even the top geniuses of the god realm hadn't condensed the true dragon mark. One could imagine how difficult it was. The moment he thought of this, the killing intent in his heart thickened. Kill! Boom boom! Under the furious roar filled with killing intent, several thick blood lightning rolled in the black clouds and entangled together. Like a swimming dragon, it charged towards Yen Chutian below. As the blood-red dragon descended, several Heaven Palace stage experts around Yen Chutian unleashed all of their Heaven Palace's power. The majestic Heaven Palace's power transformed into a real Heaven Palace that descended and shrouded their heads. However, such a Heaven Palace's defense couldn't withstand the blood-red dragon for long. It was quickly torn apart and penetrated. With the collapse of the Heavenly Palace, several Heavenly Palace experts staggered back. In the next moment, they were surrounded by the minions of the other god domain expert. They could only watch as the blood-colored roaming dragon continued to charge towards Yen Chutian without any signs of slowing down. But in the face of such a shocking attack, what could Yen Chutian do? Perhaps his performance in the Elixir stage was too strong, but in the hands of a fourth-stage Heaven Palace stage expert, he was still like an ant. As the blood-red dragon descended, the Mystic Yang Sword Mark, Mystic Yang Cauldron Mark, and Great Thunder Mark didn't have much resistance. Even if the true dragon mark roared with all its might, the difference between the two was too great. The four spiritual marks collapsed one after another. Yen Chutian, who suffered from the backlash, was the first to spurt out blood. Even if he could still use his spiritual energy and third-grade Mystic Yang body, what could he do? Under the blood-red roaming dragon, Yen Chutian could only feel how small and insignificant he was. It was just like when he was in front of the Ghost Lord. Even if he was the first disciple of the Firmament God Palace and one of the Heaven Realm's top 10 prodigies, he was still like an ant in front of the Ghost Lord. Boom! The blood-red dragon swallowed Yen Chutian, and a dazzling blood-red light gradually enveloped his body. But at this moment, perhaps no one noticed that a delicate figure had disappeared from the spot. When he was swallowed by the blood-red light, Yen Chutian felt an aura close to death. But in the next moment there was a wisp of fragrance, and an incomparably rich and familiar aura crazily emerged. This made Yen Chutian seem to realize something, and he quickly opened his eyes. And when he opened his eyes, he could see that the figure in front of him was constantly emitting a familiar aura. The figure suddenly turned her head, and a familiar faint smile appeared on that delicate face, and there was also a familiar shocking fluctuation. But under this fluctuation, Yen Chutian could feel that an unbearable sense of collapse was spreading out from this figure. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 360. The Familiar Smile and the Powerful Ripples. Even without any words, Yen Chutian knew that Xiao Yu had used the boundless power that had been sealed for a long time. As expected, when the shocking ripples spread out, even the blood-colored pillar of light that had been like a hot knife through butter couldn't advance any further. Wisps of thin power constantly rippled out from Xiao Yu's fair palm. However, it was this seemingly weak power that forcibly resisted the terrifying power of the blood-colored pillar. Next, as the ripples spread, even the blood-colored pillar couldn't resist and rapidly melted, turning into powder and scattering. Such a scene couldn't help but change the expressions of the upper echelons of the various forces. It also caused the expressions of the four domain lords and the god realm's lackeys to change drastically, because they were able to sense exactly what sort of shocking fluctuation was contained within that seemingly thin ripple of energy. so much so that the ripples had reached a level that even they couldn't reach. But how was this possible? If even they couldn't reach it, wouldn't that mean that it was above the heavenly palace stage? But how could a woman who was clearly in the elixir stage before possess a boundless power that surpassed the heavenly palace stage? Among the countless gazes gathered, only Yen Chutian's gaze was the most different. He wasn't shocked, only powerlessness and heartache. If it wasn't for his powerlessness, why would he need Chiu Yu to do this and awaken the power that shouldn't be used? As such, her body couldn't bear it at all. In fact, he could feel the former's delicate body constantly emitting a feeling of collapse. If Yen Chutian could feel this, Chiu Yu naturally knew even more. Therefore, she didn't have time to talk to Yen Chutian. She looked back with a smile, then turned her gaze back. Her cold eyes stared fixedly at the black-clothed figure under the huge black flag with a bewildered expression. She gently raised her jade-like hand, and as her fair arm slowly rose, an inexplicable power rapidly gathered in the world. Perhaps this inexplicable power was inconspicuous at first, so much so that it was easy to overlook. However, in almost an instant, the originally weak inexplicable power was already exuding an extremely powerful pressure. Under such pressure, not to mention the 4 domain masters, even the black-clothed figure felt a strong sense of threat. This threat made him look at the scene in front of him in surprise. He hurriedly activated the formation, and the dark aura mixed with the scarlet aura surged up and quickly gathered on his body. After a short few breaths, a dim aura light screen gradually took shape in front of the black-clothed figure. On the light screen, the dark and scarlet auras intertwined. As they circulated, an extremely powerful aura spread out. It seemed that no matter how powerful the attack was, it could only be defeated in front of this light screen. With such a strong defense, even though Chiu Yu was still emitting terrifying waves of energy, the black-clothed figure gradually calmed down. He didn't care what kind of situation the other party was in. Even if it was just a trick, or if it really had hidden its strength, in front of the formation light shield formed by the great heaven-sealing spirit formation, it would definitely be helpless. As long as he waited for the attack to pass, it would be time for him to counterattack. Finally, at this time, the powerful pressure that emanated from Chiu Yu's jade-like hand had reached its peak. In the next moment, as the jade-like hand slowly pressed down, a huge jade-like palm appeared between heaven and earth. The jade-like hand pressed down, and without any hesitation, it immediately rushed towards the black-clothed figure. Boom! The sound of an earth-shattering explosion immediately reverberated through the air. In the midst of this explosion, countless pairs of eyes were shocked to discover that the dark and scarlet light screen could not withstand the jade-like palm for a moment and quickly collapsed. The most intense reaction to this scene was naturally the black-clothed figure himself. He looked at the situation in front of him in shock, and could even feel the continuous collapse of the formation light screen. It was as if this light screen could completely collapse at any time. But how was this possible? He had used a large amount of flesh and blood to sacrifice the great heaven-sealing spirit formation, and then used the power of this formation to condense a light screen shield. How could it be so easily defeated by the other party? Just how great was the power contained in her attack? But no matter how unbelievable it was, the collapse did not stop spreading. Finally, at a certain moment, the entire light screen shattered. Boom! The light screen shattered, and a huge rumbling sound resounded once again. Accompanied by the rumbling sound, the remaining power of the jade-like palm still poured out like a torrent, heading straight for the former. Damn it! The black-clothed figure cursed angrily as he stomped on the ground again. The power of the heavenly palace continued to surge out, but not to mention that activating the great heaven-sealing spirit formation consumed too much of his power. Even with the power of this great formation and the blood sacrifice, it was unable to withstand Chiu Yu's attack, let alone now, the defense that he had hastily condensed. Therefore, in almost an instant, the defense was torn apart again. Immediately after, the remaining power actually bombarded the black-clothed figure's chest, and under everyone's gazes, it directly sent him flying. After flying back for a distance of over 10 feet, he finally managed to stabilize his body. At this moment, his face was already filled with malevolence and unsightly. How could he have imagined that this woman, who was clearly only at the elixir realm not long ago, would be able to erupt with a power that even he could not resist? But no one could give him an answer. Moreover, just as he staggered and stabilized his body, in the sky, another huge palm slowly formed, and finally, at a certain moment, it pressed down towards the ground. This time, the black-clothed figure's expression was extremely ugly, because the power of this jade-like palm actually wanted to directly tear apart the great heaven-sealing spirit formation. "Everyone, guard the formation!" However, the black-clothed figure's angry voice only rang out for a few breaths. In the sky, as the majestic jade-like palm slowly pressed down, ear-piercing cracking sounds continuously rang out. As the sounds continued to ring out, thick cracks could be clearly seen spreading on the light screen. Puff! Not long after, the black-clothed figures surrounding the square spat out blood and retreated. As he spat out blood, the black flag floating above his head also cracked and even exploded. All of this announced that the great heaven-sealing spirit formation was announcing the collapse of this formation. Looking at the scene before them, the geniuses, the upper echelons of the forces, and the masters of the 4 great regions present. In the hearts of these people, there was only shock apart from shock. They had never thought that the originally stalemate and even suppressed situation would be completely reversed because of a single person. If this person was a super expert who had lived in seclusion for many years, it would be fine, but she had clearly always been an elixir disciple of an ordinary force. Zhou Ling also looked at the scene before him. The bitter smile in his heart had already become extremely strong. Only now did he suddenly realize that not only was Yan Chu hiding his strength, but even the woman beside him, who he thought had already exposed her strength, also had almost all of her true strength that she had yet to display. To think that he had naively thought that there was a possibility of catching up and one day reaching the other party's level. Bang, bang, bang! The rumbling sound of the black flag shattering never stopped, and as it spread, it finally spread to where the black-clothed figure's main flag was. The great heaven-sealing spirit formation was his biggest trump card, so how could he let the formation be easily torn apart? Thus, without caring about anything else, he had already taken out a few more black jars. The rich power of flesh and blood continuously rushed out and gathered into the black flag. Even so, he still didn't have much confidence. Thus, in his madness, he grabbed the terrified Sun Yun behind him and directly crushed him into a bloody mist, which also fused into the black flag. Not only him, but the several divine regions' heavenly palace cultivators also continuously took out black jars at this moment. They even crushed the weak, dead, or crippled subordinates into a bloody mist and gathered together into the remaining black flag. It was as if in their eyes, even their own subordinates were no more than ants that could be easily abandoned. Such a bloody and cruel scene was finally exchanged for results. Even though the great heaven-sealing spirit formation had cracks spreading, and even dozens of formation flags were shattered and broken, the situation was finally stabilized under the continuous flow of scarlet blood. In the next moment, a crazy aura that was even more powerful and bloody than before crazily spread out. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 361. The bloody and domineering aura spread wildly, as if a ferocious beast that was about to die was about to launch its final counterattack before it completely died. In such a situation, not to mention the higher-ups of the forces, even the most ordinary cultivators understood this principle. Therefore, the atmosphere of the crowd became uneasy once again, because everyone knew that this kind of counterattack before death could erupt with an astonishing power. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian became more and more worried and uneasy as he looked at the beautiful figure in front of him. He was not worried about himself, but about Qiu Yu's situation. Even now, he could feel that Qiu Yu's delicate body was filled with a strained feeling. It was to the extent that he could even see that there were eye-catching bloody scars spreading out from her fair and jade-like arm. All of this was a declaration that this body could no longer withstand the astonishing power displayed. If it continued to persist, there was a possibility that it would completely collapse. At this time, the enemy still wanted the formation to launch a counterattack before death. This could be said to be the worst situation. However, no matter how worried Yan Chutian was, he raised his eyes to look at the black-clothed figure. His eyes were still filled with madness and ferocity. In the next moment, he suddenly formed a seal, and rich bloody aura surged into the black flag. Then, there seemed to be countless bloody threads that continuously rushed out, intertwining and gathering between heaven and earth, and finally intertwining into a ferocious and terrifying face. Then, the face immediately suppressed Qiu Yu. Such a majestic attack crushed through, and even the space was clearly shattered and torn apart. It was hard to imagine what kind of shocking damage would erupt if such an attack landed on the body. Looking at such an attack from afar, the expressions of the four domain lords changed drastically. The reason for that was because not a single one of them had the confidence to withstand such an attack. In other words, if the opponent's target was them, then what awaited them was very likely only death. Similarly, facing such an attack, Qiu Yu's beautiful face was filled with solemnity as she looked at the ferocious face that crushed the space and rushed towards her. Perhaps such an attack was not worth mentioning to her in the past. But now, even if she used a portion of her former strength, she could not ignore such an attack. More importantly, this body was almost unable to withstand it. At this moment, the feeling of collapse that spread out from all over her body was forcefully suppressed by her. Because of this, Qiu Yu understood that she could not delay any longer. After making up his mind, he gently exhaled a breath of air. Immediately, a mysterious power slowly appeared between heaven and earth. Accompanying this mysterious power was an extremely enormous oppressive aura that rapidly spread out. In the next moment, pairs of eyes could only be vaguely seen. In that world, to slowly appear to be to appear. The green light converged to form a green bamboo stand in the sky. The green bamboo had no roots and no leaves. Even so, everyone could clearly sense that this strange green bamboo was emitting a powerful and frightening fluctuation. At the same time, on the ferocious face, the black-clothed figure's ferocious face was filled with shock. Because of this scene, he suddenly realized something. The green bamboo had no roots and no leaves. Wasn't this the famous spirit art of Venerable Qing Zhu, who had long fallen in the heaven realm? You are from the heaven realm? The black-clothed figure cried out involuntarily. However, what he was waiting for was not an answer. Instead, it was the green bamboo that directly suppressed down from the void of heaven and earth. Boom! The vast and mighty force crashed down. Even the space was unable to stop the power of the green bamboo. Even the bloody face was immediately torn apart by the green bamboo. A wisp of green light had already turned into the sharpest power in the world. It pierced through all obstacles and nailed the terrified black-clothed figure deep into the ground. Boom! The entire central square, or rather, the entire central Yuan city, trembled violently at this moment. The momentum was shocking. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian's body suddenly began to tremble. This was because he could see that one of Qiu Yu's arms had exploded after activating such a spirit art. Dark red bloodstains continued to spread all over her body. It was as if she was about to be dyed in blood. At this moment, Yan Chutian could no longer care about anything else. He immediately rushed forward and pulled the beautiful figure into his embrace. Cough, cough, feeling the familiar aura that was pulling her into his embrace, Qiu Yu wanted to open her mouth, but she coughed violently. She coughed out blood, which dyed the corner of her lips red. Then, she gradually saw Yanchutian's face clearly. She forced herself to smile. However, the smile of the once delicate and beautiful woman now only had a desolate look on her face. Even so, she still used all her strength to whisper softly into Yanchutian's ear. "Stupid idiot! The stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven should be under the square that was pierced through. Let's go quickly." Hearing this, Yanchutian did not say anything. At the same time, he nodded heavily. He quickly carried Qiu Yu on his back and rushed into the depths of the square that was pierced through by the green bamboo. He knew clearly what Qiu Yu was worried about. He also knew what she needed to be worried about. The great formation was broken. The black-clothed figure was also nailed to death. The remaining minions of the god domain were nothing. However, this did not mean that there was no danger. However, the source of the danger had changed from the minions of the god domain to the higher-ups of the forces. It could even be said that the lords of the four great regions. Yanchutian knew that their performance was enough to attract their attention. Therefore, to them, the only way was to use the stairway to heaven to return to the heaven realm. This was the only way for them to be truly safe. Otherwise, if they stayed in the mortal world, they would definitely die if they faced the lords of the four great regions in their current state. Just as Yanchutian thought, when he carried Qiu Yu and rushed into the depths of the shattered square, the lords of the four great regions were slightly moved. However, they did not act immediately. Instead, they quickly attacked and killed the remaining minions of the god domain. This was because they knew that under the square was the stairway to heaven that they had jointly sealed. The stairway to heaven was indeed a precious place for cultivation. However, it was also a dead end. At the same time, looking at Yanchutian escaping with Qiu Yu on his back, Yan Ningzhu followed without hesitation. On the other hand, when Zhou Yao saw this scene, he suddenly had a feeling in his heart. If he did not follow at this time, perhaps this farewell would be forever. At the thought of this farewell, Zhou Yao did not hesitate. He immediately rushed into the shattered ground when the chaotic crowd was not paying attention. Carrying Qiu Yu on his back, he rushed into the bottom of the torn square. There was indeed a different world under the square. However, there was no time for him to look at it. He immediately followed the path and went deeper into the ground. He did not know how long he had rushed. Until a certain moment, a dusty stone door was pushed open. What appeared in front of him was a vast world. The world was vast and bright. It was even like the outside world. However, there was no sun or moon in this world. There was only eternal light. As far as the eye could see, there were no other paths in this world. There was only a simple and huge stairway in front of him. It was as if it was leading to the sky. Such a scene made Yanchutian involuntarily think of the two words, stairway to heaven. It was no wonder that this place was named Stairway to Heaven by the cultivators in the mortal world. Just like before, Yanchutian did not have a choice. He did not have any time to think. He immediately stepped onto the stairway. As soon as he stepped on it, the rich power of heaven and earth surged. The density of the spiritual power was almost incomparable to that of many cultivation treasures. This situation was extremely good for Qiu Yu. Yanchutian could feel that the weak and almost unconscious woman on his back was absorbing the power of heaven and earth bit by bit to recover her injuries. Perhaps this kind of recovery was not obvious, but at least it could temporarily stabilize her situation and prevent it from worsening. Following that, Yanchutian continued to step on the stone stairs and continued to go up. The higher he went, the more obvious the spiritual power was. However, this made Yanchutian gradually understand that this rich spiritual power of heaven and earth should be from the heaven realm. Such a situation naturally made Yanchutian even more happy. This was because in this way, it was very likely that they could use the stairway to return to the heaven realm. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu mobile version of reading website. Chapter 362. However, when he climbed dozens of stairs again, what appeared in front of him was the fault of the heaven's stairway. Looking at it, there was an extremely rich power of space behind this flight of stairs. Using his spiritual eye, he could vaguely see that it was not really empty in front of him, but a chaotic space of turbulence. Yen Chutian did not need to think too much to know that if he wanted to return to the heaven realm, he had to rush into this turbulent space. However, in such a turbulent space, not to mention Elixir realm, even Yuanying realm or Tianfu realm cultivators would not be able to guarantee their own safety. And now, he was only at the 6th level of Elixir realm. Facing such a turbulent space, how could he safely pass through it? When Yen Chutian was helpless, Qiuyu, who was on his back, slowly opened her eyes. Then, even if it was just a glance, it allowed her to understand the situation in front of her. Therefore, she did not hesitate and said intermittently, "Yen Chu, step into the space, I will definitely use my last strength to protect you." However, Yen Chutian did not even think about it and immediately shook his head to refuse. Because he knew that the amount of energy required to protect her was still at a level that Mu Wan's body could not support. In other words, this would make her injuries worse. In such a situation, Yen Chutian really could not imagine how serious Qiuyu's injuries would be if they were to make her injuries worse. However, Qiuyu seemed to have already expected Yen Chutian's reaction. Her weak voice quickly sounded again. "Idiot! Nothing will happen to me, and I don't want anything to happen to me. It's just that after that, I and that woman will fall into a deep sleep." Qiuyu said it lightly, but Yen Chutian knew that the so-called deep sleep was actually on the verge of death. Even if she could seal all the injuries in her body, if she could not find enough precious natural treasures to nourish her, she would probably never wake up again. Thus, no matter what he said, he could not agree. He did not want the decision he made today to become a regret he would regret for the rest of his life in the future. However, Yen Chutian did not expect that in the next moment, the originally weak Qiuyu would explode with her final strength. A powerful pressure spread out, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't even activate his spirit inscriptions, let alone his spirit energy. He could only watch as the woman in front of him moved. She looked at the figure who was carrying her on his back. She lowered her blood-stained face and kissed the corner of the former's lips. After that, an enormous power spread out, wrapping around the two of them from the inside out. When the power had wrapped around the two of them, other than the feeling of his body leaving the ground, Yen Chutian could also feel a trace of bitterness coming from the corner of his mouth. Vaguely, there was a faint and gentle voice that sounded like a murmur by his ears. "Idiot, I still want to see you again." In the central square of the Central Plain city, after a bloody massacre, the remaining Divine Domain's Heavenly Palace stage lackeys had all died. After killing these people, the 4 domain lords did not take charge of the overall situation. Instead, they rushed into the depths of the torn square. However, at this time, Yen Chutian and Qiuyu had already rushed into the chaotic space, so they were destined to not be able to find anything. However, not to mention the 4 domain lords, even Yen Chutian and Qiuyu would not know that Zhou Yao and Yen Ningzhu, who had also rushed into this space in the chaos, had also silently disappeared. However, in this central square, there were too many geniuses that had fallen, and even the upper echelons of the forces were hard to count. Thus, the disappearance of 2 disciples of ordinary forces, other than those close to them, who would care or even know about it. The heaven realm was vast. This huge world had a total of 9 continents, and countless forces on it. Although the heaven realm was incomparably prosperous, and could not be compared to the mortal world, in the 9 continents, there were still some that were relatively barren, and the resources and strength that they could possess were also relatively weak. And the 9-Yang continent was such a continent. Although the 9-Yang continent was not ranked last in the 9 continents, it was not far off. At the same time, in the northern part of the Nine-Yang continent, on an inconspicuous desert plank road, a group of people was slowly advancing. However, as they advanced, the group suddenly stopped, because in the middle of the plank road, there was actually an unconscious figure lying on the ground. The sudden stop of the group caused the woman in the carriage in the middle of the group to lift the curtain and ask a middle-aged woman outside the carriage in puzzlement. "Aunt Lou, why did the group stop? What happened in front?" Although the woman called Aunt Lou, the middle-aged woman's reaction was extremely respectful. She did not have the appearance of an elder at all, but more like a servant. "Reporting to Miss, it's a seriously injured and unconscious man who appeared on the plank road." Hearing this, the woman said without hesitation, "Aunt Lou, quickly bring him to the group. Otherwise, leaving him unconscious on this desert plank road will only turn him into a skeleton." "Yes." The middle-aged woman did not hesitate at all. After agreeing, she flashed forward and ordered the servants to place the corpse in the eyes of many at the back of the group. After doing this, the group once again slowly traveled on this ancient and desolate plank road like before. The corpse on the carriage lay there for several days. It was only at noon one day that it suddenly woke up. And this corpse was none other than Yan Chutian. Suddenly waking up, Yan Chutian did not care about anything, nor did he care about his own situation. Instead, he hurriedly looked at his palm. It was only when he saw the jade ring that appeared on his left thumb that he finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he could feel a familiar aura from this jade ring, and he knew that this jade ring was formed from Chiou-Yu's power. And sealed within this jade ring was the unconscious Chiou-Yu herself. In the end, it had become like this. Naturally, he could not give up on himself, because Yan Chutian understood that if he gave up on himself, he would be letting down Chiou-Yu. Chiou-Yu did not care about anything to send him back to the heaven realm, not only for his own safety, but also to crush the conspiracy of the God realm. And most importantly, Chiou-Yu and Mu Wan were not dead. As long as he could find enough precious natural items, they could be nourished and restored. Then, he carefully put away the jade ring. Yan Chutian looked at the surrounding environment. He also realized that he should have been rescued, and it was in a moving carriage. At this moment, Yan Chutian no longer doubted where he was, because the density of the spiritual energy in this world was several times that of the mortal world. However, Yan Chutian also knew that there were 9 continents in the heaven realm. With the density of the spiritual energy in this world, he should be in some barren continent. As such, it would not be easy for him to return to the Firmament God Palace. After all, each continent was extremely large. If one were to rely on foot, even a Yuanying realm cultivator might not be able to cross a continent in a year. Moreover, this kind of crossing was done by a Yuanying realm cultivator who did not stop at all. Moreover, it was difficult to cross continents, and it was even more difficult to cross to another continent. This was because these continents were filled with ancient ruins, which were extremely dangerous and could be called forbidden areas. Ordinary cultivators did not even dare to go close, let alone cross them. Therefore, if one wanted to reach another continent safely, one could only rely on the transportation array built by some powerful forces. However, if one wanted to take this kind of transportation array, it would cost an extremely large sum of money. In an instant, Yan Chutian thought of too many difficulties, but after thinking about it carefully, he temporarily threw these thoughts away. This was because the current him had not even recovered from his cultivation and injuries. Therefore, in the next moment, Yan Chutian carefully circulated the mysterious yang condensing qi and absorbed the dense spiritual energy in this world. Yan Chutian's absorption of spiritual energy was naturally noticed by the rest of the team. Therefore, not long after, there was a soft knock on the door, which sounded outside the carriage where Yan Chutian was. Yan Chutian immediately stopped and opened the carriage. When the carriage was opened, the figure of a middle-aged woman appeared in front of Yan Chutian. However, This middle-aged woman's expression was full of indifference, and her words were also full of indifference. "This is the elixir given to you by Mississippi." After saying this, the middle-aged woman did not wait for Yen Chutian's reply. She placed the jade bottle in the corner of the carriage, closed the door, and left. In the carriage, although he was treated indifferently by the middle-aged woman, Yen Chutian's face did not have any ugly expression. This was because no matter what, it was the other party who saved him. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 363. Perhaps this was just a convenient move, but a life-saving grace was a life-saving grace after all. Not to mention, the other party even sent a healing elixir at this time. Opening the jade bottle, a pill emitting a fluorescent luster appeared before Yen Chutian's eyes. Even though he had left the heaven realm for a long time, this did not prevent Yen Chutian from recognizing the identity of this elixir. This was a Yun spirit elixir. The Yun spirit elixir had a good healing effect, but its grade was not high. It was only a spiritual grade with 6 patterns. Yen Chutian could understand this. After all, although the heaven realm was prosperous and vast, it was not full of treasures. Just like the mortal world, there were also barren places in the heaven realm, just like here. Even in reverse, for a stranger like him, the other party could actually give a spiritual grade with 6 patterns healing elixir, which was completely generous. Then Yen Chutian did not hesitate and immediately took the Yun spirit elixir. Now he really needed a similar elixir, which could speed up the recovery of his injuries and cultivation. Sure enough, after about half a day, when the last trace of the Yun spirit elixir was exhausted, Yen Chutian felt that the injuries in his body had recovered by about half. As for his cultivation, as long as his injuries were healed, he could recover at any time. However, Yen Chutian knew that with his cultivation of the 6th level of elixir, it was nothing in the heaven realm. In the heaven realm, only the heaven's mansion realm could barely be considered as a powerhouse, and only the heaven's mansion realm could be regarded as reaching the peak of his cultivation. It was no exaggeration to say that the 6th level of elixir could only be regarded as the lower level in the heaven realm. The effect of the Yun spirit elixir was exhausted, but Yen Chutian did not stop recovering. He still silently absorbed the spirit between heaven and earth to nourish his body. Under such circumstances, about another hour had passed before he felt that the motorcade seemed to be gradually stopping. When he opened the carriage, he saw a large number of motorcade members around. They were all building temporary accommodation. At the same time, he finally saw the young lady called by the middle-aged woman. Although the young lady's face was not beautiful, she had a sense of elegance, which made people feel extremely comfortable when they looked at her. Under her beautiful cheeks was a slightly petite figure. Her willowy waist was so small that it could not be held in one's arms. However, above her willowy waist, there was still quite a bit of curve. One could not help but sigh. How exactly was such an alluring figure born? After glancing at the woman a few times, Yen Chutian withdrew his gaze. However, even if his actions were extremely fast, it was obvious that he still did not escape the other party's perception. Therefore, after a short while, he felt a fragrant wind. "You're awake." The woman's gentle voice slowly rang out. Just like her appearance, it was extremely comforting. "Yes." Yen Chutian lightly nodded, but just as he opened his mouth, a shout suddenly exploded in his ears. "How dare you to greet the young miss?" Yen Chutian raised her gaze and immediately saw the face of a young man in front of her. The Yen Chutian's young man. Although this young man was handsome, Yen Chutian did not have any good impression of him. He did not immediately open his mouth and waited for the woman's reaction. If she tacitly agreed with the young man's words and actions, he would not have any good impression of her. The only thing that mattered was the favor he had shown her. Before he left, he would repay the favor and they would have nothing to do with each other. However, Yen Chutian's intuition was not wrong. Almost immediately after the young man's shout, the woman's gentle but sullen voice immediately rang out. Zhou Xiang, I have already said that no one needs to bow to me. Moreover, he is not a servant of my Shui family, but my friend. But young miss, he is clearly a guy of unknown origin. Moreover, Zhou Xiang's expression was somewhat ugly, but facing the woman's sullen face, he did not dare to say anything. He could only bow and leave. However, before he retreated, he did not forget to use his ice-cold gaze to sweep across Yan Chutian's eyes. After Zhou Xiang left, the woman's face was filled with helplessness and awkwardness. She said to Yan Chutian gently, "He is the head of my bodyguards. His actions were ordered by my father to ensure my safety. Please don't blame him." Hearing this, Yan Chutian naturally shook his head. Although he felt that Zhou Xiang would not let it go so easily, the woman in front of him was his savior. Moreover, this matter could not be blamed on her leader. Young Miss Shui is too polite. Moreover, no matter what, young Miss Shui is my savior. I, Yan Chutian, have yet to repay this kindness. Hearing this, the woman did not deny it. Instead, she continued, "You don't have to call me young Miss Shui. Just call me Shui Wuxin." Yan Chutian said softly. He still did not reveal his true identity. However, he did not expect that even the two words Yan Chu would cause Shui Wuxin to be shocked. "You are actually called Yan Chu?" However, before she finished speaking, Shui Wuxin felt that she was making a fuss over nothing. She smiled gently and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be called Yan Chu. There is only one word difference between you and Yan Chutian, one of the top 10 heavens pridelings. In the heaven realm, apart from the top powerhouses whose names spread far and wide, the rest were the top 10 heavens pridelings. Therefore, Yan Chutian was not surprised that Shui Wuxin knew about him. However, he had to hide himself and try his best not to be associated with his true identity. Otherwise, if the God realm found out about his existence first, he would undoubtedly die. Therefore, Yan Chutian pretended to know little about Yan Chutian, as if he was an ordinary cultivator who only knew about his name. It was just that Yan Chutian did not expect that although he pretended to know little about it, Shui Wuxin would be able to recite all of his deeds. This made Yan Chutian extremely embarrassed, because he could clearly feel that there was a sense of worship in Shui Wuxin's words. Yan Chutian really didn't expect that under her luck, she would actually run into an admirer of her. After a series of awkward reactions, Yan Chutian vaguely shifted the topic back to the right track that she wanted. He finally knew that he was in the northern part of the Nine Suns continent, which was extremely far away from the Tsangyuan continent where the Dark God Palace was located. Moreover, Yan Chutian should know that if he wanted to return to the Tsangyuan continent in the shortest time possible, he would have to pass through the divine continent where the God realm was located. Yan Chutian could not help but frown slightly. He did not expect that even if he returned to the heaven realm, he would still have to face such a serious problem. Crossing the divine continent, he knew very well what kind of great danger he would encounter. What's wrong? At the same time, Shui Wuxin obviously noticed that something was wrong with Yan Chutian and could not help but ask. Facing Shui Wuxin, Yan Chutian quickly shook his head, but at this moment there was a commotion outside the camp, and he could faintly hear the cries of red wolves attacking. Shui Wuxin did not hesitate and apologized to Yan Chutian, and immediately walked in the direction of the commotion. Yan Chutian naturally followed closely behind, and after a few dozen feet, he could see pairs of red eyes flashing in the dark desert wasteland in front of him. Red wolves. Yan Chutian muttered to himself. He was no stranger to red wolves. Not only had he eaten red wolf meat, but he had also almost lost his life to red wolves when he was weak. Red wolves were a kind of spirit beast that lived in groups. They would either not move or move in groups once they moved. Moreover, red wolves were extremely ferocious. Even if they were facing stronger prey, they would not be afraid and would even fight to the death. At this time, Yen Chutian did not dare to use his spiritual eye, because compared to the mortal world, the people of the heaven realm were more knowledgeable. However, even without using his spiritual eye, Yen Chutian could easily see that the leader of the wolf pack, a giant red wolf, was at least in the Yuanying realm. Even Zhou Xiang, who was at the 9th level of the elixir realm, could not compare with the Yuanying realm cultivation. However, Yen Chutian was not worried, because he knew that the middle-aged woman who was instructed by Shui Wuxin to give him the Yun spirit pill was at the Yuanying realm. Moreover, the Wolf King was only at the 1st level of the Yuanying realm, but the middle-aged woman was at least at the 2nd level of the Yuanying realm. As expected, when the Wolf King released its aura, an even stronger aura quickly enveloped them. Looking over, they saw a woman's figure rushing towards the Wolf King, and a huge amount of spiritual energy surged. Kill! Following the middle-aged woman's action, a large group of guards shouted and charged towards the other red wolves. Chapter 364. Cries of murder shook the heavens. Amidst the sounds of slaughter, red wolves fell to the ground one after another. This had clearly infuriated the bloodlust of the wolf pack. Within the flickering red eyes of the red wolves, there was a scarlet substance that looked like fresh blood flowing continuously. "Be careful, this is the red wolf poison," someone warned. However, even if someone warned, how could they guarantee that everyone would not be injured? Once the scarlet substance came into contact with a body, it would immediately corrode the body. This corrosion was not only to the flesh, but also to the bones. Hence, very quickly, painful groans sounded from all directions. Even Yen Chutian could clearly see that when one of the red wolves was cut apart, the scarlet wolf poison sputtered out and struck the face of one of the guards. In the next moment, the guard softly fell to the ground. At the same time, his head also disappeared. The slaughter continued for an unknown period of time. Only when the Wolf King fell to the ground did the pressure lessen by a lot. The Wolf King was the leader of the wolf pack. With the death of the Wolf King, even if the wolf pack could still stubbornly resist, their morale would drop by a lot. Hence, what happened next almost turned into a one-sided massacre of the wolf pack. However, during this process, Yen Chutian's attention was not on the massacre of the wolf pack. Instead, it was on the middle-aged woman who killed the Wolf King. Yen Chutian could clearly see that although the Wolf King was killed, there was still some red wolf poison that splashed onto her arm. Even if no one noticed this, and even if the middle-aged woman herself had concealed it extremely well, Yen Chutian could clearly see that the middle-aged woman had been injured by the red wolf poison. After half a quarter of an hour, the wolf corpses were scattered all over the ground. Only a few surviving red wolves fled in a sorry state. Yen Chutian looked at the Wolf King's corpse and immediately stepped forward to peel it off. Perhaps no one here knew, but Yen Chutian was clear that the antidote for the red wolf poison was on the wolf corpse. The Wolf King's poison was the most terrifying, and only the antidote on the Wolf King's corpse could remove it. Yen Chutian's actions were seen by many guards, and they could not help but be incomparably astonished. This was because they knew that the red wolf was completely useless. Even its meat was sour and disgusting. With such a red wolf's corpse, why would he need to search for it? Zhou Xiang looked at Yen Chutian's actions. He reached out to wipe away the wolf blood on his neck. A mocking smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, there was no doubt that the other party did not know that the red wolf was useless. He really did not know where this country bumpkin came from. Yen Chutian didn't care about other people's gazes. He silently peeled off the wolf's corpse, and finally, a blood-stained red round pill appeared in his hand. Then, Yen Chutian put away the round pellet and returned to his carriage. An hour later, Yen Chutian knocked lightly on Shui Wuxin's private room. A moment later, the back door was opened. Even though Shui Wuxin's expression was normal, Yen Chutian could still sense the trace of anxiousness hidden beneath her calm expression. Most likely, the middle-aged woman was in her carriage. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not hesitate in the slightest and went straight to the point. Miss Shui, I have the antidote for the Wolf King poison. Sure enough, as Yan Chutian expected, Shui Wuxin's expression clearly changed when she heard the words Wolf King poison. However, she still had doubts in her heart, so she pretended to be puzzled. Yan Chu, what do you mean by this? Miss Shui, this is the antidote for the Wolf King poison. If you trust me, you can apply it externally. As his voice fell, Yan Chutian placed a round jade bottle in the corner of the carriage door. This jade bottle contained the powder of the red round pellet he had crushed. Looking at Yan Chutian's departing figure, Shui Wuxin's beautiful face was full of struggle. If this really was the antidote for the Wolf King poison, not only could it save many people who had been poisoned, it could also save Aunt Lu. But if it was not? However, Shui Wuxin was not a hesitant person in the end, and Yan Chutian did not give her the feeling that he was a treacherous person. Therefore, after a while, she finally took the jade bottle back into the carriage. After returning to his own carriage, Yan Chutian once again sat cross-legged to recover. This time, he sat cross-legged for about 2 hours before he vaguely heard excited voices from the outside world. What, Miss actually took out the antidote for the Red Wolf King poison? Yes. I also find it hard to believe. The Red Wolf King poison is almost incurable and can only be forced out by force. However, the antidote given by Miss can indeed easily neutralize the Red Wolf King poison. It can be called a miracle. Miss is indeed our Shui family's #1 genius. Although she is a woman, not only is she absolutely stunning, she even discovered the antidote for the Red Wolf King poison. As the discussion gradually faded away, Yan Chutian's lips curled into a smile. Soon after, he did not intend to continue cultivating, because he knew that the carriage he was in would be knocked on very soon. And as expected, in less than a quarter of an hour, the carriage door was knocked on again. When Yan Chutian opened the carriage door, Shui Wuxin was not the only one who appeared in his line of sight, but also the middle-aged woman. But at this moment, Yan Chutian could feel that the two of them no longer looked down on him like before, although there was no sense of ridicule in their eyes. Please come in. Yan Chutian welcomed the two of them into the carriage, but what he did not expect was that after entering the carriage, not only did the middle-aged woman close the door, she even used the power of her qi to seal the carriage. If it was any other time, Yan Chutian would have definitely turned hostile. However, she roughly knew Shui Wuxin's temperament, so she temporarily restrained herself. Shui Wuxin obviously knew that her actions were inappropriate, so she hurriedly apologized. Fellow Taoist Yan, I'm really sorry. It's just that what I'm about to tell you is of great importance, that's why Aunt Lu is like this. Raising his head to look at the expressionless middle-aged woman behind Shui Wuxin, Yan Chutian's line of sight returned to the former's face as he slowly opened his mouth. Miss Shui has saved my life, there's no harm in speaking. Alright, fellow Taoist Yan, do you know of the Wolf King's cave? Before Shui Wuxin finished speaking, seeing that Yan Chutian did not react at all, she already knew what was going on, so she continued. It seems that fellow Taoist Yan does not know about the Wolf King's cave. This Wolf King's cave is actually the Red Wolf's cave, and there are countless red wolves gathered inside. However, there is a Tao lake in this Wolf King's cave, and there is a Tao platform in the Tao lake. If you can enter the Tao lake to cultivate, you will benefit greatly, and if you can ascend the Tao platform, your opportunities will be even more extraordinary. Even if Shui Wuxin did not say anything else, Yan Chutian had already understood everything. He originally thought that Shui Wuxin had only come to thank him for providing the antidote to the red wolf poison, but he did not expect that the antidote would have such an important effect. Since they had already reached this point, Yan Chutian naturally would not be wishy-washy, and directly said, "Does Miss Shui want more antidotes to the red wolf poison?" "Yes." Shui Wuxin nodded excitedly. She originally thought that this trip was destined to rely on the accumulation of human lives to enter the Wolf King's cave and find the Tao Lake. But now, with the appearance of the Wolf King's poison antidote, the loss of human lives would be greatly reduced. Fellow Taoist Yen does not need to worry, no matter the price, as long as it can be exchanged for the antidote, Wuxin is willing to pay. At this moment, Yen Chutian had already made up his mind. He also wanted to go to the Wolf King's cave. Because his current cultivation was too weak, he had to become stronger as soon as possible to ensure that he could return to the Tsang-Yuan continent. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not hesitate. Based on the principle of sincerity, he directly told her about the antidote to the Wolf King's poison, and then said seriously, "Miss Shui, can you bring me with you to the Wolf King's cave?" If it was only himself, it would inevitably appear weak, so Yen Chutian wanted to cooperate with Shui Wuxin. But he did not want to threaten her with the antidote to the Wolf King's poison. That was not the way he treated his savior. Moreover, he did not have to cooperate. At most he would go to the Wolf King's cave alone. Yen Chutian first mentioned the antidote to the Wolf King's poison, and then said that he wanted to make a request, which made Shui Wuxin a little confused for a moment. But Shui Wuxin was a smart person. She quickly understood that this was the other party showing his sincerity. If it was in the past, it would be very difficult for her to agree to cooperate with a sixth-layer elixir cultivator who had not yet recovered from his injuries. But now, because of the Wolf King's poison antidote, and because of Yen Chutian's way of doing things, Shui Wuxin unexpectedly nodded lightly to the former. Chapter 365. P.S. Blue Sky requesting a subscription. Requesting a subscription? What? Miss wants that guy to get a spot to enter the Dao Lake? I don't agree. Zhou Xiang's face was filled with anger as he listened to Shui Wuxin's words. The Wolf King's cave was fraught with danger, and a spot to enter the Dao Lake was extremely precious. How could he agree to give it to a stranger? However, the middle-aged woman behind Shui Wuxin had already swept her gaze over him. Even with his ninth-layer elixir cultivation, it was difficult for him to withstand the enormous pressure contained within. Fine beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Shui Wuxin looked at Zhou Xiang in front of her, and a trace of anger finally appeared on her usually gentle face. Zhou Xiang, you are only a guard arranged by my father. You have no right to interfere with my decision. I am only telling you this out of respect for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiang was already speechless, because the situation was indeed as he said. He was only a guard captain. He had no right to interfere with Shui Wuxin's decision. However, he found it difficult to tolerate a stranger getting such a spot for no reason. Therefore, even if it might anger Shui Wuxin, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "Miss, I don't want to interfere with your decision, but what right does that guy have to enter the Dao Lake? Not to mention Miss and Aunt Lu, even among us guards, only those with seventh-layer elixir cultivation and above are qualified to enter the Dao Lake. Not only is he only at the sixth-layer elixir cultivation, but his injuries haven't healed. He will only be a burden in the Wolf King's cave. What right does he have to enter the Dao Lake?" Shui Wuxin actually somewhat agreed with Zhou Xiang. However, he had taken out the antidote for the Wolf King's poison, and she had also promised him. There was no reason for her to go back on her word. However, just as Shui Wuxin was about to explain the source of the antidote, a faint chuckle suddenly came from behind her. "Then what does Guard Captain Zhou want this yen to have the right to enter the Dao Lake?" "Humph. Entering the Dao Lake depends on one's strength. A burden doesn't have the right to enter the Dao Lake. I, Prime Minister Zhou, will not humiliate you. Since Miss has given you a chance, as long as you can defeat one of my level 7 elixir guards, I, Prime Minister Zhou, will have nothing to say." After hearing this, Shui Wuxin felt that this plan was not feasible at all. Not to mention that Yen Chutian's true cultivation was only at the 6th stage of elixir. He had not even fully recovered yet. How could he possibly be a match for a 7th stage elixir cultivator? But what Shui Wuxin didn't expect was that before she could speak, Yan Chutian's voice rang out again. All right then, we'll follow guard Captain Zhou's wishes. Before Yan Chutian could finish his words, even Zhou Xiang's face was filled with doubt. Clearly, he did not expect that the other party would actually follow his words. However, since the other party was obedient, they naturally treated him well. Hence, a cold smile quickly surfaced on his face. Haha. All right then, I'll go find a 7th stage elixir guard now. You wait here. Prime Minister Zhou immediately left. Shui Wuxin stood where she was, looking at Yan Chutian, not knowing what to say. But once again, she did not expect that Yan Chutian would actually speak to her. Miss Shui, you don't have to feel guilty. Treat the Wolf King's poison antidote as my repayment for saving Mrs. Life. As for the quota, it's better for me to fight for it myself. Since Yan Chutian had already said so, Shui Wuxin naturally could not object. But looking at the former's appearance, her feelings were refreshed once again. She had never met a Xiuzhe who had such a character. And for some reason, looking at Yan Chutian's current appearance, Shui Wuxin suddenly felt that he would definitely win the upcoming battle. But after regaining her senses, Shui Wuxin still shook her head inwardly. Because she knew that Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the 6th stage of elixir, and because his injuries had not completely healed, even his cultivation was dragged down. With all these factors, how could he possibly defeat a 7th stage elixir guard? After a short while, Prime Minister Zhou returned, but this time, not only was he accompanied by a fierce-looking middle-aged man, but also many guards. Prime Minister Zhou's idea was very simple. As long as he defeated the other party in front of everyone, even Shui Wuxin would not insist on giving him a quota to enter the Dao Lake. Shui Wuxin's expression changed slightly as she looked at the middle-aged man brought back by Prime Minister Zhou. Although the guard brought by Prime Minister Zhou was indeed at the 7th stage of elixir, he was the strongest elixir guard, faintly touching upon the 8th stage of elixir. Greetings, miss. The middle-aged guard saluted Shui Wuxin, then raised his gaze to Yan Chutian, his gaze filled with disdain. Asking him to deal with a 6th stage elixir cultivator who had not fully healed was simply an insult to him. But this was Prime Minister Zhou's order, and he could not object. Otherwise, if Prime Minister Zhou made things difficult for him, he would suffer. Haha, so? Since you agreed, then you should fulfill it in front of Mississippi. If you lose, then don't make such unreasonable demands in front of Miss. Then I hope that if I win, Captain Zhou will not make things difficult for me. Yan Chutian sneered in response. His appearance made Prime Minister Zhou want nothing more than to ruthlessly trample on him. But with Shui Wuxin present, he did not dare to make a move. He could only signal the middle-aged guard beside him with his eyes. The middle-aged guard, who had already been communicated with by Prime Minister Zhou, naturally showed an expression that said there was no problem. At this point, a battle was unavoidable. At the same time, the gazes of the surrounding guards were filled with doubt. Prime Minister Zhou had brought them here but did not explain the situation. After all, even though Prime Minister Zhou was the captain of the guards, he could not cover the sky with one hand, let alone when facing Shui Wuxin. That guy who was kindly saved by Miss wants to fight with Old Yang? He is courting death. Old Yang has already touched upon the 8th stage of elixir, and that kid has not even fully recovered from his injuries. I don't know, but since Miss hasn't said anything, we will just watch. Taking a stance, the middle-aged guard looked at Yan Chutian with contempt on his face. He was not the only one, Prime Minister Zhou was the same. But compared to the middle-aged guard, Prime Minister Zhou concealed it very well. As if to humiliate Yan Chutian even more, it was unknown if it was Prime Minister Zhou's instruction, but the middle-aged guard didn't rush to attack. Instead, he smiled at Yan Chutian and said, I will not take advantage of you. I will stand here and let you attack me 3 times. As long as you can injure me, I will lose. Otherwise, don't waste your energy. However, what the middle-aged guard did not expect was that Yen Chutian shook his head and said indifferently, "There is no need to attack 3 times, once is enough." Yen Chutian's reaction not only caused the middle-aged guard's expression to change, it also caused the surrounding guards to be startled. They did not expect that this guy who had not fully recovered would be so arrogant. The middle-aged guard was enraged. If he had obeyed Prime Minister Zhou's orders earlier, then right now, his heart was filled with anger towards Yen Chutian. A 6th-stage elixir cultivator who had not fully recovered dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Who did he think he was? Good, then I want to see how you will defeat me in one move. De Yuan's motionless bell. The moment he shouted, the majestic spirit qi between the heavens and the earth surged and absorbed the pure spirit qi around the middle-aged guard's body. After a while, accompanied by a loud metallic sound, the middle-aged guard's body was covered by an ancient bell. The ancient bell was pale yellow and covered with mysterious patterns. Even if it did not move, there was still a thick sense of honesty spreading. It was hard to imagine what kind of power was needed to tear open the ancient bell's defense. This is Old Yang's strongest defensive spiritual technique. It is close to the 8th stage of the spiritual grade. That kid said that he would defeat Old Yang's defense in one move, but under the De Yuan's motionless bell, not to mention once, even 3 or 10 times with his cultivation, he will not be able to break it open. Prime Minister Zhou looked at the scene in front of him, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. "Aren't you arrogant? Now let's see if you can still be arrogant." Shui Wuxin looked at the middle-aged guard and Yen Chutian, and could not help but shake his head lightly. With such a defense, not to mention a 6th-stage elixir cultivator, even an 8th-stage elixir cultivator would find it difficult to tear it open in one move. Chapter 366. "Brat, come at me." The middle-aged guard laughed arrogantly. His defensive spirit art was extremely powerful. Even if the person in front of him had recovered his cultivation, he would not be able to break through it. However, what made him unhappy was that the other party's face remained calm. Indeed, it was as the middle-aged guard had thought. An ordinary level 6 elixir cultivator would not be able to break through his defense. However, Yen Chutian was not an ordinary level 6 elixir cultivator. When he was still at level 5 or even 4 elixir, he had already defeated a level 7 elixir cultivator. If he really recovered his cultivation, he would be able to break through this spirit art defense with a punch. However, Yen Chutian's cultivation had not recovered yet. Therefore, his choice was extremely safe. As the turbulent spiritual energy continued to flow in his body, 3 different rays of light slowly appeared on his arm. The lights reflected each other. Even though there was no huge pressure being emitted, when the 3 lights connected, there was an indescribable force that quickly spread out. Feeling this fluctuation, the middle-aged woman behind Shui Wuxin finally had a flash of light on her usually indifferent face. However, she hid it very well. Even Shui Wuxin, who was in front of her, did not notice this change. The 3 lights became stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, when the power was nurtured to the extreme, Yen Chutian's soft shout finally rang out. 3 yuan. Fragmentary star mark. Swoosh. In an instant, a ray of star mark light shot out like lightning, heading straight for the middle-aged guard who was dozens of feet away. When this ray of star mark light shot out, the middle-aged guard did not know why, but he suddenly felt extremely panicked. However, he was still extremely confident in himself. Even if he panicked, it was only for a short moment. In his eyes, no matter what kind of attack the other party could unleash, it would not be able to break through his De Yuan motionless bell. Dong. However, in the next moment, when the huge resonating sound really sounded, the confidence in the middle-aged guard's heart immediately crumbled like a rock. That strand of starlight shot out explosively, leaving him with no means to defend himself. The Grand Yuan unmovable bell that he was so proud of had cracks spreading rapidly all over his body. After that, He couldn't even express the disbelief in his heart. When the Diyuan motionless bell was completely torn apart, a huge shock wave surged out and sent him flying, crashing heavily onto the ground several feet away. This sudden scene not only caused the surrounding guards to be unable to regain their senses, it also caused Zhou Xiang, who had a cold smile on his face earlier, to quickly stiffen. It was as if he had eaten feces. How could he have imagined that Yan Chutian would actually use one move to defeat the imperial bodyguards that he had found? At the same time, the surrounding guards who were quite shocked finally cried out in surprise. How is this possible? He actually defeated old Yang in one move? He's really only at the 6th level of elixir, and he's even injured. Even the Diyuan motionless bell couldn't block that attack. This scene was too shocking for them. Naturally, it was also hard for them to believe. However, they were more convinced than anyone else, because this scene had really happened in front of them. Therefore, after a while, when they regained their senses, they couldn't help but look at Yan Chutian with a hint of reverence. Shui Wuxin's red lips were slightly open, and her beautiful eyes were also flickering with shock. Although she didn't lose her composure like the other guards, this couldn't hide the shock that the scene just now had caused in her heart. Originally, she only thought that Yan Chutian's way of doing things was not bad, and that he even knew some secrets. But now, it seemed that she had underestimated him. In terms of cultivation, this fellow also had some outstanding aspect. Even if it were her, with her injured 6th level of elixir cultivation, she definitely wouldn't dare to say that she could do better than him. At the same time, this also made Shui Wuxin slightly happy. Originally, she thought that because of the Wolf King's poison antidote, she would have to bring an extra burden. But now, it seemed that she had an extraordinary helper. Looking at the middle-aged guard who was defeated by him, Yan Chutian calmly withdrew his attack, as if this result was within his expectations. If he had reacted like this before, the surrounding people would definitely think that he was pretending to be a ghost. But just now, he had used his strength to prove himself, so no one would think so. Feeling the change in the surrounding people, Yan Chutian smiled in understanding. Then, he slowly turned his gaze to Zhou Xiang, whose expression was extremely ugly, and said with a faint smile, "I wonder if Captain Zhou has met your requirements?" "You?" Zhou Xiang really wanted to kill Yan Chutian with a punch, but he didn't dare, and he couldn't. Not only was Shui Wuxin present, but there were also so many guards present. If he dared to attack, he would lose all face. So, in his anger, Zhou Xiang could only try to restrain his anger. Then, with an ugly expression, he said with difficulty, "Everything will be decided by the young Mississippi." Since Zhou Xiang had passed the decision to Shui Wuxin, there was no need to think too much about what would happen next. Shui Wuxin publicly announced that Yan Chutian had obtained a quota to enter the Dao Lake, and urged everyone to quickly collect the Red Wolf King's poison antidote from the Red Wolf King's corpse. If Shui Wuxin had announced that Yan Chutian had obtained a quota to enter the Dao Lake before, many of the guards would have been dissatisfied. But now Yan Chutian had proven himself, and if he couldn't enter the Dao Lake with his strength, then many of them should give up on the quota. After the crowd dispersed, Yan Chutian thanked Shui Wuxin again, but this time Shui Wuxin's attitude was clearly much friendlier than before. Yan Chutian didn't find this strange. Strength earned respect, this was the rule of the Heaven Realm. After this, Shui Wuxin even gave Yan Chutian a bottle of pills, but Yan Chu politely declined. First of all, he could recover from his condition by slowly cultivating, so there was no need to use pills. Second of all, he didn't want to owe Shui Wuxin too many favors. A bottle of pills was small, but it was equivalent to a favor. After chatting for a while, Yan Chutian returned to his carriage. After he left, the middle-aged woman, Aunt Lu, who had been following Shui Wuxin all this time, finally spoke in a cold voice. "Young miss, he is very dangerous. If his cultivation fully recovers, I'm afraid he might even be able to fight against an 8th stage elixir. After the previous scene, Shui Wuxin was shocked by Aunt Lu's shocking words, but she could still accept it. However, after accepting it, Shui Wuxin didn't feel any fear. So what if he could fight against an 8th stage elixir? She had already stepped into the 9th stage of elixir. Not to mention, even Aunt Lu, who was by her side, was a genuine nascent soul cultivator. No matter how strong an elixir was, it was still very weak in front of a Yuanying realm expert. After collecting a large amount of antidotes for the Wolf King's poison, the group once again set out on their original journey. For several days, the group moved forward in the vast desert, but the direction of their journey changed from the walkway that people could follow to almost fumbling around. As they moved forward, more and more red desert wolves appeared around them, and the further they went, the more red wolves there were. It wasn't difficult to know that the group was indeed heading towards the Wolf King's cave where the red wolves gathered. As they moved forward, Yan Chutian naturally learned about the situation in the Wolf King's cave from Shui Wuxin. In fact, the reason why so many red wolves gathered in the Wolf King's cave was because of the existence of the Dao Lake. Therefore, after entering the Wolf King's cave, not only did they have to be careful of the sea of red wolves, but they also had to be careful of the Wolf King, who could use the power of the Dao Lake to advance to a higher stage. Red wolf packs varied in size, so the strength of the Wolf King was naturally different. The first stage Yuanying realm Wolf King they encountered wasn't weak, but it definitely wasn't strong. And those powerful Wolf Kings were likely to appear in the Wolf King's cave. After advancing for a few more days, a dense pack of wolves appeared. At the same time, everyone was finally able to see a huge mountain rising from the ground in the distance. The mountain was so huge that it seemed to cover the sky, and at the bottom of the mountain was a huge cave entrance. The cave entrance was densely packed with red wolves, and a fishy smell spread out. It was extremely disgusting. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 367. Natural array on the horizon. An enormous mountain rose from the ground. At the mouth of the mountain, a large number of red wolves had gathered. A foul stench spread out, lingering for a long time. One did not need to think too much to know that this was the Wolf King's cave. However, Yan Chutian only took a few glances at the Wolf King's cave before his gaze immediately shifted to another direction. Over there was also a fleet of carriages similar to them. Yan Chutian was not surprised by the appearance of these convoys. He had already learned from Shui Wuxin that the Shui clan was not the only one heading to the Wolf King's cave. In the territory of Shui Wuxin's clan, there were 3 other clans besides the Shui clan. The simultaneous arrival of the 4 clans could be considered a deliberate move by the elders of the clans to minimize casualties. However, if they entered the Wolf King's cave, there would naturally be no such cooperation. Whether one could find a Dao Lake in the Wolf King's cave depended on one's luck. Just as Yan Chutian's gaze shifted to the 3 convoys, the gazes of the 3 clans also converged on him. In the next moment, Yan Chutian could see the figures of youths walking out from each of the 3 clans. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Corresponding to them was Shui Wuxin, who also walked out from the convoy. Yan Chutian did not know what the 4 of them were talking about. He only knew that Shui Wuxin had retreated after a while. After retreating, Shui Wuxin turned to the guards and Yan Chutian, indicating that they should cooperate with the other 3 clans and attack the Wolf King's cave together. The advance of the 4 clans immediately attracted the attention of the wolf pack. Numerous red, glowing, ferocious gazes shot over, landing on the group. If an ordinary person saw this scene and saw that they were surrounded by so many red wolves, they would probably be scared out of their wits. However, those who were able to appear here were all cultivators, so they were already prepared for the scene in front of them. Therefore, when many red glowing eyes looked over, everyone's expression did not change. Instead, they methodically threw objects emitting yellow gas all over the Wolf King's cave. Yellow gas filled the air and a strange smell spread out. This smell had no effect on humans, but it was extremely unpleasant to the red wolves, so almost subconsciously, a large number of red wolves were forced to retreat. However, there was a limit to this kind of retreating. When the wolf pack was forced back to a certain extent, even if the yellow gas was still present, the wolf pack became extremely irritable and charged towards the crowd. Everyone had already anticipated such a situation. If one wanted to enter the Wolf King's cave, it was impossible not to be stained with blood. Therefore, in the next moment, the fierce battle between the crowd and the red wolf was displayed. Red wolves were generally not as strong as Shioja, but the red wolf poison was extremely terrifying, to the point that many people did not even dare to attack wildly and had to be careful. However, no matter how careful they were, many people were still unable to avoid being infected by the red wolf poison. Once they were infected, their end would be extremely miserable. It was also because of this that the effect of the red wolf poison antidote became more prominent. Even if Shui Wuxin's bodyguards were infected by the red wolf poison, they could quickly apply the antidote to reduce the damage to the minimum. However, how could such a scene be hidden from the other three factions? Pairs of astonished gazes looked over from afar. That was the antidote to the red wolf poison? Once they thought of this possibility, how could the 2 men and 1 woman, who had the same status as Shui Wuxin, ignore it? They immediately sent people to ask Shui Wuxin for the antidote. In response, Shui Wuxin could only share a portion of the antidote. Otherwise, if she insisted on not giving it, it was extremely likely that she would become the target of the other 3 factions. After casually slapping a red wolf to death, Yan Chutian's gaze swept across the area. The entrance to the Wolf King's cave was already in front of him, dozens of feet away. However, it was also because of this that he could clearly see that the entrance to the Wolf King's cave was densely packed with wolves. There were even several red wolves at the level of Wolf King appearing one after another. The scarlet eyes of the Red Wolf King looked over, followed by an enormous aura that was like a mountain range. This aura was something that even the current Yan Chutian, who had recovered his cultivation, could not resist. This was because the strength of these Red Wolf Kings had already reached the level of Yuanying. However, there was no need to worry about these Red Wolf Kings that appeared at the beginning. In response, there were naturally Yuanying level practitioners that appeared to confront them. On Shui Wuxin's side, there was naturally the middle-aged woman, Aunt Lu. As for the other 3 factions, there were also Yuanying level practitioners that appeared. Not only did the bodies of the red wolves tremble, but even the eyes of the Wolf Kings narrowed, flickering with human-like fear. They were able to sense that the 4 silhouettes that had appeared possessed even greater strength than them. As a result, they subconsciously retreated. Since they were able to cultivate to the level of Wolf King, they were unwilling to lose their lives so easily. Even the Wolf Kings did not stop them. Even if the other red wolves tried to resist, what could they do? As a result, the 4 factions finally stepped into the Wolf King's cave amidst the spreading yellow gas. Only after truly entering the Wolf King's cave would one be able to understand what kind of different world lay within. Moreover, compared to the outside world, the number of red wolves inside the Wolf King's cave was much lower. Of course, it was very likely that there were more red wolves hiding in the dark. After stepping into the Wolf King's cave, the original alliance of the 4 factions instantly collapsed. This was because the 4 factions could only rely on their own strength to find the Dao Lake. Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes swept across the area, her perception had already spread out in all directions. At the same time, although she still appeared cold, there was an obvious seriousness in her voice. Everyone, be careful. The Wolf King's cave is strange and has a natural formation. If you are not careful, it is very likely that you will get lost in it. Yes. Many of the guards responded. Yan Chutian also nodded lightly. He had a spiritual eye. Even if it was not opened, he was more sensitive to the strangeness of formations than ordinary people. Therefore, he could clearly see that there was a natural formation in the Wolf King's cave. As for the so-called natural formation, it was naturally not man-made. It was naturally formed. However, it was also because of nature that natural formations were often more powerful than man-made formations. Because it was a natural formation, because of nature, it was extremely natural. There were also many natural formations at the edge of some forbidden areas in the heaven realm. The power of those natural formations was too terrifying. The power of those natural formations was something that even Yen Chutian was unwilling to touch when he was at the peak of his cultivation. One could imagine how powerful they were. However, the natural formation in the Wolf King's cave had not reached that level. Moreover, this formation was closer to an illusory formation and did not have much danger. However, an illusory formation was much safer for Yen Chutian. This was because he had cultivated a spiritual eye. With the power of his spiritual eye, he could see through all kinds of illusions. If he opened his spiritual eye, the illusory formation's effect on Yen Chutian would be close to nothing. However, Yen Chutian did not want to expose too much of himself. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Shui Wuxin seemed to have a way to deal with this natural formation. Although Yen Chutian did not know how she did it, under her leadership, the team was able to advance quickly. Even if they were slightly confused, they would be able to quickly break through. Besides her, there was also Aunt Lu. With her Yuanying cultivation, even without external help, she could avoid most of the confusion by relying on the intuition brought by her profound cultivation. However, when this situation changed to the appearance of a natural treasure, it was difficult to maintain this situation. There was a demon-grade elixir in front of them. In the end, a guard could not help but rush forward to pick it. However, when he reached out his hand, the demon-grade elixir in his hand suddenly turned into a delicate fragrance and rushed into his nose. After that, the guard who was originally happy to see the demon-grade elixir had turned into a walking corpse, muddle-headed and at a loss. We have already stepped into the depths of the Wolf King's cave. The natural formation here will use the power of the formation to create all kinds of temptations. If you touch it, you will only turn into a muddle-headed walking corpse. Shui Wuxin's soft voice immediately rang out. However, she was still one step too late. Not only the previous guard, but 2 other guards had also turned into walking corpses.